Sit up straight. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Papa's got to vote.
You got help there, Brad?
Yep. He's not going to leave me alone until I see him. Hey, buddy. Hmm? What?
Aw.
What? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Nice kisses.
All right.
Nice kisses.
Mhm.
You're a good boy. Okay, you go lay down now.
I hope he's talking to a dog.
Okay, we are still doing we are still live doing our test. We're having a bit of problem with the audio. We're going to do it one more time. Presenter laptop test. Presenter test.
Councillor Pauls, do you see the vote?
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Press F5, Councillor Pauls, see if it comes up.
Yeah. Okay, hopefully our fourth test will be a charm. Presenter laptop test. Clerk laptop test.
Councillor Pauls, are you an e-scribe?
Jeez. It's the same people.
Hey. Hey. Was that something for me?
So quorum is in the room,
Live.
and I recommend that we start our meeting now. And so for the moment, I think everyone's going to go on mute for just a few minutes because we have a presentation and some acknowledgements to make. So if we could put everyone on mute, and we won't hear any, and you can hear my every word, would make me very happy. Madam Clerk, are you about to do that or in the process of?
About done.
I think Councillor Ferguson's still live. Not anymore. Thank you. So thank you all, members of council, and welcome to our council meeting this September the 30th. This actually is a memorable day in the space of residential schools, and so this is Orange Shirt Day, and thank you all for participating, or most of you for participating by wearing orange today. Happens to be my favorite color, but it also reflects on a residential school survivor, Phyllis Wedstad's story of entering St. Joseph's Mission Residential School in 1973, having her bright orange shirt removed and replaced with a school uniform. Canada's residential school era began in the early 1870s, and the last school closed in 1996. More than 150,000 Indigenous, Métis, Inuit children attended these schools, and there are an estimated 80,000 survivors living today. We wear an orange shirt today to show our support and commitment to reconciliation, inclusion, and anti-racism. As many of you know, orange is my favorite color, and I'm especially proud to be wearing it today, but I'm pleased to see many of you also doing the same. And in addition, our Hamilton signature sign will be lit orange tonight to make further awareness to this important day and the concept of every child matters. So on Orange Shirt Day, we ask our community to listen with open ears and hearts to the stories of survivors and their families, and to remember and honor those that we lost during that unfortunate period of time. So thank you all for participating, and I know that many in our community will be reflecting on the issue of residential schools and the challenges that it's provided our Indigenous friends in our community, and hopefully reconciliation continues to be a focus for our work going forward. I also want to advise that the city of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territory of the Huron Neutral Huron-Wendat Haudenosaunee and Mississauga. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Further acknowledge that the land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. And today, the city of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the website, and as well a reminder that all electronic devices are to be on a non-audible function during our meeting. And I will turn to roll call. So to ensure that we're all present and we have quorum, I would ask for you to say yay if you are here. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Farr. I see you, Councillor Farr.
Yay.
Hear you, but we'll figure it. There you are. Councillor Nan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Marula. I believe Councillor Marula is at a funeral and has sent his regrets. Councillor Collins. Not yet. Councillor Jackson.
Here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pauls. I see Councillor Pauls. I'm not hearing Councillor Pauls. Councillor Danko.
Yay.
The yeas have it. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Whitehead. Not yet. Councillor Vanderbeek. Councillor Ferguson.
Yay.
Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay. You want to be practicing for being the town crier, are you? Councillor Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Didn't quite hear that, and she was here. Yeah, I see you. Okay, thank you. And Councillor Clark.
Oy vey.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that flair. Back to Councillor Whitehead. You present, Councillor Whitehead? Not yet. And Councillor Vanderbeek, I did see you. Thank you. And Councillor Pauls, if we can try one more time to get a voice confirmation from you. Not yet. Okay, we'll go back to that. Thank you all very much. May I have a motion? Madam Clerk, sorry, any changes to the agenda, please?
Good morning. Yes, Mr. Mayor. There are 25 added communication items. Item 411, correspondence from Abby Roberts respecting the mandating the use of masks in Hamilton. The items recommended to be received and referred to the consideration of item 2 of the Board of Health report number 20-005. There are 23 pieces of correspondence for 412 respecting the report FCS 20086 respecting the submission from the Integrity Commissioner investigation report, with a recommendation to be received and referred to item 4.8 in the communication items. Item 413, correspondence from Deborah Tomlinson-Velt respecting street safety neglected at Main Street and Sherman, with a recommendation be received and referred to the GM of Public Works. There is one added private and confidential item, which is item 9.2, encampment litigation update, LS 20023. And that is all.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Pearson, seconded by Councillor Clark. Okay, thank you. An electronic vote on that, please. Up very quickly. Thank you. Did we? Councillor Farr, not able to vote as yet? Thumbs up if you could.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And it's the vote's not popping up for me on eScribe.
Okay. So thumbs up for an F5 to reset. Councillor Nan, vote did not come through from Councillor Nan. I see a very surprised look on her face. Thumbs up in the meantime, and we'll sort it out. Okay, thank you. I don't see either one of them on the screen.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm
Could you turn your video on for us?
I don't even know where the video is on this thing.
It's a little icon that says, normally says stop video or start video. It's a little picture of a little camera. Should be at the bottom of your screen.
I'm hitting it.
Yep. Anyway, we'll sort that out, but you're in support of moving the agenda?
I might have to do this for now because, like I said, everything was being cleaned. So now I'm starting from scratch on my computer. So.
Okay. That's a yes then, Councillor?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Okay. And maybe you could communicate with Jeanette or someone else in terms of sorting out those issues. Anyone else? All in? Thank you. Agenda is approved. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? Any declarations to make? I'm not seeing an indication. Councillor Clark. Yep. Go ahead, sir.
It actually might be it's item 4 in the planning committee, and I think it might be an in-camera item also. But by virtue of my son's business interest with Mr. Mancha, the principal of the applicant's planning consultant, there exists a pecuniary interest which the members' code of conduct and common law requires me to declare. So I'll recuse myself from participating in the matter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other declarations to be made? Seeing none, thank you so much. City Council, September the 15th, minutes of the September the 16th. If you could move that, someone would move those minutes unless you have changes. Moved by Ferguson, seconded by Partridge. Any comments or questions? Not. All in favor? Electronic vote.
For it, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
I'm okay. Like for now, I could have to use my voice. So yes, I vote for it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Nan, again, vote didn't register, thumbs up. Councillor Pauls, thumbs up. And that's carried, thank you. And Councillor Johnson, may I have a motion on the communication, get the communications items on the floor, please, Councillor?
Yes, you may. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maria Pearson that the September 30th, 2020 council communications be approved as presented. And I don't know if any of them have been amended yet, so.
Right, so we will reserve that until
Okay.
all the items are dealt with. And as I mentioned in my email earlier, it's my intention to have the Integrity Commissioner do a presentation of his report. I believe the Integrity Commissioner is on the line. Remind me what item number it is, and I should put my glasses on, sorry. 4.8. So item 4.8, we're going to actually move up to be the first item to be dealt with. And the Integrity Commissioner is here to report on his report as it relates to Mr. Cameron Croach. And I'm seeing Mr. Jeff Abrams there. Jeff, thank you for being here. I'm going to turn the floor over to you. I would anticipate a full presentation from you on your findings and how you scope this investigation and everything that you've done to come to your conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, members of council. My name is Jeff Abrams. My partner, Stanisław Petrovsky, appears in a separate window today. Together, we form the Partnership Principles of Safety, which is the city's Integrity Commissioner. We're here to speak to the investigation report before you this morning. It comes about as a result of a complaint filed on behalf of council that Cameron Croach inappropriately used his position as chair of the LGBTQ advisory committee, including by improperly and publicly.
Jeff, can I just stop you for 1 second because we're getting a lot of background noise. I suspect it's coming from Councillor Whitehead. Could you mute yourself there, or could we mute him? Thank you. Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
Certainly. The assertion by council was that Cameron Croach inappropriately used his position as chair of the LGBTQ advisory committee, including by improperly and publicly criticizing and or disparaging council decisions or processes, and that he improperly publicly disclosed personal an identifiable individual contrary to MFIPA. It is not about the committee and its work. It is about Mr. Croach and whether he has properly carried out his role as chair and as a member of the committee. Several examples which council believes supported the complaint. We narrowed the review to 3 specific actions, which are set out in paragraph 10 of the report: the deputation to the Hamilton Police Services Board, the Bill Kelly radio interview, and what we termed the redaction refusal. In the course of our investigation, we spoke to the respondent, reviewed relevant documents, and interviewed a number of other persons familiar with the matters under review, including current and former members of the LGBTQ advisory committee and staff supporting the committee. We made findings in the latter 2 cases that Mr. Croach breached the code of conduct applicable to him. Your role as council this morning is to consider our findings and determine whether to adopt our recommendations or to choose another course. The report speaks for itself. We ask you and everyone interested in this matter to read it in detail. That we think is important, especially because Mr. Croach in his media release and media interviews has, in our view, mischaracterized our role, his role, and the objective of the report. The latter somehow being attached to a desire to chill public participation and to shield council from criticism. We find it necessary, therefore, to speak to some of these matters. Firstly, our role as Integrity Commissioner. Since March of 2019, Integrity Commissioners have become mandatory throughout Ontario and have jurisdiction over elected officials and appointed members of local boards. The Municipal Act contemplates that members of local boards be subject to codes of conduct, have the benefit of advice from an Integrity Commissioner, and be subject to the Integrity Commissioner's oversight with respect to allegations of ethical breach. To be sure, the definition of what is and what is not a local board is not always clear, but the definition embeds committees as bodies which are considered local boards. That is clear. So advisory committees in the nature of the LGBTQ advisory committee are local boards. It is for this reason that members of advisory committees are also subject to Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. No one doubts that that's the case. So the case across Ontario is that citizen volunteers who sit on local boards are required to adhere to a code of conduct, and the public expects them to meet the established ethical standards. It may help council to understand the definition this way. If a committee or other body is established to carry out a function of the municipality, and in this case, the terms of reference for the committee state that it is to eliminate barriers experienced by LGBTQ communities by giving voice to the perspectives of LGBTQ individuals and evaluating the city on its related efforts. The committee does this by making recommendations to council and staff in order that the city of Hamilton will excel in providing services to and interacting with members of the LGBTQ communities. You can see paragraph 43 of the report for the rest of the mandate and its operating guidelines. So, the committee is established to carry out a municipal function, which I just described. Its members are appointed by council, it reports to council, and there is no statutory exception stating that it is not a local board. Therefore, it is a local board. We've no doubt that the LGBTQ Advisory Committee is a local board, and as the city's integrity commissioner, with responsibility with respect to local boards. The Act requires it, and our appointment from council was clear that it does. As the city's integrity commissioner, we perform not a quasi-judicial function, as has been suggested, but carry out a broad statutory function ranging from helping establish an ethical framework, to providing advice, to being the independent party to receive and resolve complaints, and if necessary, to investigate and report on ethical breaches. Our objective is the enhancement of the public interest. Our primary role is to foster a culture of healthy, ethical behavior amongst elected and appointed officials. Committees like the LGBTQ Advisory Committee perform important functions in civic affairs. Their role, quite simply, is to consider and develop advice for council's consideration in areas where council on its own or through staff does not have the capacity to perform that function. Though there are governance improvements required, to be sure, which will be the subject of a future report, the purpose of the committee is to hear and distill into cogent recommendations for council what the advisory committee hears from its members and from persons it invites to speak to it on items on its agenda. The advisory committee is, in that sense, is expected to advocate to council on behalf of its members and the communities it represents. To do that, it must bear in mind the primacy of council. It is council that is charged with whether to make the policy decisions that the committee advocates, not the committee and not individual members of the committee. They have a responsibility to consider and to recommend. The purpose of a report is not to silence critical voices. It is to point out that there is a governance framework in democratic institutions, which in this instance requires that an advisory committee's voice be focused on preparing and making recommendations to council, being as constructively critical as necessary as it does so, and not to use the committee for advocacy independent of its advisory role. We recognize that for some advocates, it may be frustrating to participate within the council governance system, but that is not the same as censorship. There has been mention made of the fact that this is the first time that we as Integrity Commissioner for Hamilton have brought a recommendation report to council following a complaint. As we reported a couple of weeks ago, there have been 15 complaints received by us in the period covered by our periodic report. It bears mentioning that most of the complaints were resolved on the basis that they were outside the scope of our role, were already properly before other bodies, or were capable of a course correction acceptable to the complainants and the respondents. Often, the mere initiation of a complaint to the respondent or the receipt of a preliminary findings report by the respondent results in a recognition and acknowledgement that a change in behavior is required, and so no report is required. That did not occur in this case. I assure you, Mr. Kretsch was not singled out for special treatment. At the end of the day, a report is firstly about whether Mr. Kretsch complied with the ethical standards applicable to him. It recommends a reprimand because it is our considered view that he fell short of his ethical obligations by releasing personally identifying information, despite having authoritative advice that should not be done, and because he made criticisms of council public without giving council the benefit of the advisory committee's considered perspectives and recommendations. We address these findings in the report. For the advisory committee to be an agent of change requires a recognition of the role to impress upon council the importance and value of that change. Members of advisory committees are in the advantageous position of having opportunities throughout their tenure to influence council very directly by thoughtfully providing advice and recommendations to council. That is the role and function of an advisory committee. Which brings us to our recommendation that council consider whether it wishes to terminate Mr. Kretsch's role on the committee. It is fair to ask the question whether Mr. Kretsch should remain a member of the committee if council is of the view that his behaviors are inconsistent with his role as a member of an advisory committee. It is fair to consider whether Mr. Kretsch retains the confidence of council in that role, whether a workable relationship remains, whether he can lead the committee to work with LGBTQ communities, to collaborate with council and staff to create an atmosphere where advice, perhaps unwelcome advice, is respectfully given and it is respectfully received. It is unfortunate our report today has been characterized as chilling the voices of marginalized communities when its intention is to emphasize good governance practices so that advisory committees can better advise council. There is a strong relationship between good governance and proper ethical behavior. And as asked by council, we will in due course be providing advice on the city's advisory committee's processes and procedures, all of which Mr. Mayor has respectfully submitted. We're available to answer questions on the report.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Find out what Councillor Whitehead is trying to get to, and I'm turning to Councillor Ferguson at this moment. Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just waiting to be unmuted.
You are.
Okay, I'm unmuted. That's good. Well, Jeff, welcome and thank you for coming out today and helping us to better understand what your report says. My question to you, though, sits around, I sat on the original committee that was charged with the responsibility of putting together a lobbyist registry and integrity commissioner bylaw, which was done and approved and implemented. And the reason the committee was asked to put those together, particularly the integrity commissioner, was that we don't get in a position of self-judging our colleagues and or other committee members. And in your report, though, it comes up with recommendations, but it's now asking us to judge someone, which is what we were trying to avoid with the integrity commissioner, rather than the integrity commissioner makes the decision. How do you understand the integrity commissioner bylaw and your role in that regard?
Well, the city of Hamilton, through Mr. Mayor, is in a relatively unique position in having delegated to the integrity commissioner the responsibility for imposing sanctions under the act if it considers a report against a member of council has been borne out. And that is restricted to our role with respect to members of council. The code of conduct with respect to advisory committees does not have that delegation.
So do we need to do that then in our bylaw? Does the governance committee need to meet and review and see if it's appropriate? It also applies to committees?
I would add to my response this, and that is that we make a recommendation, which is known as a statutory sanction, that is to reprimand Mr. Kretsch. The decision to remove him from a committee, if that is the desire of council, would be a decision that council would have to make.
Okay, because it puts us in this situation then where we're being accused of trying to chill people who are critical of us. And so it seems to me that if it doesn't include committees, subcommittees, we should probably address that in the review again of our integrity commissioner bylaw. Do you agree with that?
If you're asking me whether I agree with that as an outcome, I must say candidly, I do not. Throughout Ontario, it is the responsibility of councils to consider the findings of integrity commissioners. So in other words, integrity commissioners as independent parties do the underlying review of the fact situation, make findings as to whether or not a code of conduct or another policy regarding ethical behavior has been breached, and then makes recommendations as to what should be done. And so throughout Ontario, and that's the intention of the statute, that councils consider whether or not the recommendations ought to be implemented.
Okay, well, I appreciate that clarity. And Mr. Mayor, maybe it's something we need to refer to governance to review how the integrity commissioner's role rolls out with committees. It sounds like it's clear for council members, but it puts the responsibility back on us for committee members. So I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Abrams.
Good morning.
Just a couple of quick questions, if I may, and I hope the responses are relatively brief. So one of the concerns that I had is that there are comments being made in the community that council directed the integrity commissioner to do what you have done. So to clarify, did council or any counselor or staff direct, intercede, interfere, intervene in your decision that is before us today?
The matter was initiated by council, of course. The complaint was formulated by council and given to us. And once we receive a complaint, then becomes ours. We are not influenced by the motives of any particular counselor. We take the complaint as a whole, and as you see in this case, we divide it into component parts and made the decisions as to how to proceed with the investigation. I can confirm for you that there's been no interference in terms of how we have processed this complaint.
Thank you, and I think it's important because there have been some comments made that implies that we had somehow interjected ourselves to make sure that this was done either quickly or to our satisfaction. And to be clear, it's not appropriate for counselors or staff to directly intervene with the integrity commissioner when they're making their findings, and I'm sure you would raise that as a concern if it occurred. The question on item 102 in your document, it talks about good conduct. And this seems to reference the criticisms by Mr. Kretsch of council. So I'm trying to find in the code of conduct for volunteers or the advisory committee handbook where it restricts them from disparaging council.
It was our view that there are two provisions of the code of conduct that we found to be applicable. One was good conduct. Appointees shall act with honesty and integrity, including acting in a manner that contributes to the public's confidence in the advisory committee or task force, not engaging in contact that may or may appear to constitute an abuse of their position as an appointee. And then under communication, appointees shall accurately communicate a recommendation or direction. Appointees may provide their own personal opinion on a matter, provided that is made clear to the party they are speaking to that the comments are their own and are not made on behalf of the committee. And then there's, of course, further guidance in the report set out at page 16, which speaks to the standard operating procedure and how media communication should first be confirmed by council. So that's the dotted line for it.
And so in our line of work, if you will, it's not unusual to have council or counselors criticized or critiqued or in some cases disparaged by members of the broader public. When we're dealing with our advisory committees, what's the threshold when the comment that they're making has crossed the line in terms of good conduct?
Well, the mechanism, as I mentioned, there are broad functions for integrity commissioners, and we consult, we assist in the development of those policies and procedures, provide advice, etc. That's an important function that we carry out, perhaps the most important function. But we also are the independent party to which complaints are made. And so when a complaint is made, it is made in context. We assess it in the context. We look at the review. We're not quick to jump on a toenail over an ethical line. And so we make determinations whether or not it is in the public interest to first review a matter and then to draw conclusions from our investigation. So in other words, it's not we don't operate in a hypothetical world. There needs to be a discrete complaint, and we assess the complaint in the context of the fact situation we observed.
Thank you. I have one last question. Do I have time, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. So the other issue that is more salient for me personally, Mr. Abrams, and I'm not disparaging your decision, is the refusal to redact information that was advised by the clerk was personal and private under MFIPA and should be redacted from the minutes. And if I'm reading the report correctly, the chair disagreed with the clerk's advice and then proceeded to unilaterally release that information via Twitter. Is that the crux of the matter?
Yes.
And so, to be clear on that point, there is a code of conduct where the members of the different committees are asked to sign off. Is that the case? Was the code of conduct signed off by Mr. Kretsch? Maybe the clerk would have to answer that question. How do we confirm that Mr. Kretsch knew that he could not breach confidentiality under a code of conduct?
Okay, and that'll be your last question, and I'll look for the answer, and then we can put you back on for additional questions later.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate your latitude.
Thank you.
If the question is to me, I will say I do not know. We were not present when that occurred. We do recommend that municipalities not create a system where members of council are required to sign off on codes of conduct. Codes of conduct apply whether or not a member chooses to sign it. And so, but as to whether or not Mr. Kretsch acknowledged it by signature, you would have to ask the clerk.
Oh. Sorry. Are we waiting on an answer or a next speaker?
I'm assuming the clerk was going to answer the question as to whether or not the volunteers signed off code of conduct.
Madam Clerk? Orientation, I think, includes some signing of documents that indicate that. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, yes, there is a code of conduct that is each member of any advisory committee is given, and it's also contained in the handbook as well. And every advisory committee member for all of our advisory committees signs a document outlining that they have read and understand the content within that document and the code of conduct.
And so we've confirmed Mr. Kretsch did that.
Yes, we have a signature for all members.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you can put me back on the list for a couple more
Will
questions.
do. You are on the list, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pauls, you need to declare a conflict, I understand.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The reason is also involving the police, what happened at the Pride Parade and his comments on it. So my son's a police officer, so I'm going to declare a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question is on paragraph 21, where you describe the advisory role, where an advocate course of action to council, an advisory committee may advocate a course of action to council through recommendations it submits. Its role is not to advocate generally. Can you expand on what you mean by that?
Well, certainly, it does speak to the notion of the primacy of council, and so we see the role of an advisory committee is to advise, to develop recommendations, to collect thoughts, to hear from, in this case, various communities, so that council can be influenced as to a particular course of action. Its focus is on council because council is prime. Council needs to make the decisions, the trade-offs, the long-term conclusions, the assessments in the context of the breadth of responsibilities council has. And so all of the efforts of the advisory committee ought to be focused on just that, the research formulation of recommendations, and not to act as if it had delegated authority to speak to the world at large as to the positions it itself has come to. The focus should be on making recommendations to council.
So the advisory committee can advocate to council, but can't advocate in general. Do you not see a obvious problem with that?
I see no problem with that at all. We are not suggesting that members of an advisory committee can't on their own advocate. What we are saying is that it is the role of the committee, the resources of the committee, the function of the committee is to digest, if you will, the complexities of an issue and to make recommendations to council.
let's-
Whether those recommendations are seen by council to be problematic is not the concern. Whether they influence council to do an about face on something, not the concern. The committee can advocate. That is not the issue here.
So let's say someone is advocating as part of the role of the advisory committee, they're advocating to council, and then also in their personal life, they're advocating for the same thing. So they have two streams. How do you draw the line between what is acceptable advocacy and what is not acceptable advocacy?
Well, certainly you can't identify yourself as a member of the advisory committee and perform that advocacy in the name of the advisory committee without first allowing council the opportunity to consider whether that particular approach is acceptable to it. Now, it's quite possible for persons to be advocates in other realms of their life, to be sure, so long as they don't identify themselves as being a Hamilton Advisory Committee member. In some instances, you ask me to draw a line, in some instances, it may well be very difficult to draw that line. And so that is why we have formulated recommendations which ask council to consider whether it is appropriate in this case for Mr. Kretsch to remain on the committee, but also we note that we asked Mr. Kretsch himself whether it was appropriate for him to remain on the committee.
So I just have, I guess, one follow-up question to that, Mr. Mayor, is, oh, maybe two. So first is this is a formal report to council. Can you explain how the difference between a formal and informal report and why this was brought to council as a formal report?
A complaint was made. We reviewed it. We determined that there were findings of a non-compliance with the code of conduct. And so our role as integrity commissioner to report that to council with recommendations as to potential sanctions. When we speak to informal reports, actually it's informal decisions on our part to resolve a matter. And those do not result in a report to council because the matter is resolved. So there is we should not have a notion that we would be informally reporting to council on a matter where we found significant transgression.
So what was it in
your time is up. So do you have a quick question? And
I'll go on for a second time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Hear me okay?
I hear you now.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My first question is the premise of the Integrity Commissioner is to try and resolve issues. Is that correct? Without sanction?
It's certainly our intention.
You did that in this case?
We were open to a resolution. We throughout the matter were challenged by Mr. Kretsch as to our jurisdiction. It's our view that we did not coming to terms as to the proper role of his role in carrying out his responsibilities as chair and member. We did feel it important that we respond to council, given that council was the complaint in this matter, and did that through our report today.
What do you think of the subsequent actions of Mr. Kretsch in response to this particular memo or this report?
I spoke to that, Councillor, in my opening remarks.
I want to highlight these issues.
Well, I spoke to them because I did not think that they were properly characterized in his media release or in his interviews. What concerned us most was the characterization that we were somehow trying to stifle the voices of marginalized communities. We do believe governance is important, and governance supports proper ethical behavior. So we have reported out, and we have spoken to democratic principles of how a committee should integrate with council, And in doing so, we highlighted some rules. Pardon me. I just knew that was going to happen. My apologies.
So the next question I have through the chair is, the whole process is about changing, having changing of the behavior. And you mentioned that as a report. Did you get a sense from Mr. Crush in these conversations, without any sanction, that there would be a change in behavior? Was there any remorse?
Mr. Crush acknowledges the role of the advisory committee, certainly to report to council. I cannot today share with you the individual conversations we had with witnesses. We have an obligation to maintain confidentiality. But I think at his general point, he did acknowledge the role of the committee and its responsibility to advise council. But with respect to the two findings we made against him, in our view, we had adequate grounds upon which to make the findings we did.
And I guess the further action, because currently Mr. Crush is trying to get every committee to get together and turn them into activists versus advisory. I'm concerned about the actions that's taking place and the actions that continue to take place through Mr. Crush in the interactions with all the other committees.
So that's not content in this report. We're going to focus on what's in this report, not other matters that are beyond the report, because that is not only problematic, it is potentially another area of litigation should that occur. So you are to stay away from those other issues.
That's fair. I guess I'm just raising concern that the actions haven't stopped; they're continuing. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillors Wilson and then myself. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I just have two quick questions just to clarify. I think it was in your response to Councillor Danko, Integrity Commissioner, that you said, and I wrote it down, that in talking about the distinction between advocacy and advice, you said to Councillor Danko that the advisory committee does not have the delegated authority. And I'm wondering, how does that relate to your opening remarks about this being defined as a local board under the Municipal Act? Because I thought a local board under the Municipal Act, by definition, was given some kind of decision-making or delegated authority. But you've said to Councillor Danko, this doesn't have delegated authority. Could you square that for me? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll certainly attempt to. Part of the confusion around part of the confusion stems from the nomenclature. The Municipal Act terms refers to a broad number of bodies as local boards, and that includes committees. Included in that definition of local board might be bodies which do have delegated authority. But in this instance, we're talking about an advisory committee. An advisory committee does not have delegated authority to take action on its own without approval from the council.
On page 11 of your report, pardon me, I'm working with a single screen, so page 11 is it recites the motion with respect to canceling the flag raising. It said, does it not in the very motion illustrate the fact that the advisory committee understood that the decision making authority rested with council on item 3 of your report? Should any event that ceremonial celebrates Pride Month with the intention of signaling blah, 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 without the support of and direct opposition of the expressed wishes of so it is acknowledging in that passage that in fact the decision whether to raise the flag or not rests with council. Isn't that an acknowledgement that they understand their role?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Abrams?
I do not read it that way. It is speaks to the express wishes of that paragraph speaks to the express wishes of the city of Hamilton's LGBTQ advisory committee. It doesn't mention the council. In any event,
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you, Mr. Abrams. There seems to be a lot of like shuffling or background noise. I apologize, but is it
I'm
just
sorry.
me? But
If that was at my end, I apologize. I was looking at the report.
okay.
The back end of that paragraph he referred to says that it is understood to be occurring without the support of and direct opposition of the express wishes of council, but of the city of Hamilton's LGBTQ advisory committee.
Yes, that's right. The expressed wishes of the advisory committee, but it understands, it's implied in my reading that the decision does not rest with the advisory committee.
So let me put it this way. We're not lying in wait for, as I referred to earlier, a toe over an ethical line. The purpose of that motion being replicated in our report is to indicate what it looked like in its redacted form. And the finding we made with respect to this was the posting of information which the clerk had advised Mr. Kretsch was confidential, not to be posted. That's the purpose of the paragraph.
Thank you. Your time is up, Councillor. Want to go back off for a second time? We can do that. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through the chair, to Mr. Abrams. Also in question of the report on page 6, item 31, the discussion about advocacy versus advising. And in previous response, you mentioned that committee members of advisories, when speaking as individuals, cannot use their title as advisory committee members. Through your review, was it clearly stated as an expectation in the governing documents of the advisory committees that members of advisory committees ought not use their title as advisory committee members when speaking publicly?
The concern we had was in particular, and I'm just trying to find it in the report, was the standard operating procedures, which speaks to methods of communicating by a member of the advisory committee. And that clearly requires that there be an approval by council.
Councillor Net?
And in your review, did the IC find whether the training of committee members was sufficient enough to clarify whether or not individual advisory committee members can use their title publicly when speaking, or has been used by other people?
Well, I'll answer that in two ways. One is that the reference I just made is quite clear. It's paragraph 79 of the report that notes that members of the committee cannot correspond or speak to any ministries or outside agencies or media without council's prior approval. So the documentation is quite clear. As to the training which took place, I can't speak in detail to how that training was conducted. We are going to be coming back with recommendations on city's advisory committee structure, and certainly training will be an important component of that, as well as on whatever changes to the code of conduct might come about.
Thank you. And then final question was in reference to the terms of reference of the advisory committee that the resident serves on, that you had mentioned that the advisory committee's terms of reference includes being able to bring the perspectives of the LGBTQ community to the city, and also to evaluate the city's actions related to the community. So I guess just given some of the concerns that have been raised by residents across the city, and particularly residents in my ward as it relates to this report, there is concern about the understanding of when populations that have been systemically, historically, or structurally marginalized, and they bring their truth to the table, that is viewed as advocacy subjectively. That for some marginalized individuals, they believe their personal existence is political because of the way in which systemic oppression and systemic discrimination play out. So from that perspective, could the Integrity Commissioner please just square off that perception that is in the community versus the I guess difficulty to draw a straight boundary between the word advise and advocate?
Thank you.
I don't see the municipal structure as being inconsistent with that perspective, with that desire. In fact, I think the LGBTQ advisory committee is an excellent forum for those discussions to take place. And so that's why I'm happy that you've asked the question, because we do not believe that our recommendations in any way, shape, or form create a chill. In fact, a properly forming advisory structure, the committee structure, invites that discussion, creates an opportunity to digest, to think, to connect the lived experiences of the people that come before the committee to a series of recommendations that might be made to council to improve those lived experiences and other matters. So we think it's consistent with the concerns that the community has raised and not a block to that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Your time is up, so I can put you on a second time.
Thank you. I have one final question.
Okay, well, I'll come back to you for that. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for ensuring that IC Abrams and Atwood Petkowski were in attendance today to present and explain their decision and recommendations. Mr. Abrams, your report, as you stated, is an independent, impartial decision on Mr. Kretsch's activities. Correct, Mr. Mayor, through you? Just making it definitive.
The findings in our report are ours, and they come about as a result of our role as independent statutory officers, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Abrams. I think that's a strong message in itself, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, each of the council term appointees end with the term of council, and as members of council attempt to reapply for their jobs, citizen appointees at that time. Hello?
I'm not sure what that was. I'm wondering if are there connections that are not showing up here that we're not seeing?
There it is again.
We have many strange noises happening first amongst all this. You've got it? Okay, thank you. Carry on.
I can assure you all is quiet at 65 East 44th, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good to know.
So I was just making a point before I get to a couple of more questions that as each member of council, if they wish to reapply for their position at the end of council term, that's when citizens reapply if they wish to for their possible reappointments as well to committee. So I'm not one who wants to do anything contrary to that at this time. I'd like to ask the city clerk if I could, Mr. Mayor. I discussed with you earlier this morning. There's just what seems to be a procedural conflict for me. Would you allow me to ask that, Mr. Mayor, and then get back to Mr. Abrams?
Yep.
City Clerk Holland, on the agenda page on this item report 4.8, you have recommended it be simply received. When I look at report 4.8, the report itself, it has a different recommendation saying council consider recommendations from IC Abrams and Atwood Petkowski. I find them not to reconcile each other. Can you possibly explain, please, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Andrea?
Through the mayor. Yes, Councillor Jackson. Typically, all of our items that we put on communications, we put them as to be received, and it is up to council to decide whether they want to approve the recommendations within the report or any item that's on there, whether they want to, sometimes it's being referred to a general manager for action, or the item is being received, meaning no action. If council chooses to receive the report, it is considered part of the public record, but no action will be taken. Council may consider to do otherwise with the report.
Thank you, City Clerk Holland. That's important. That clarification distinction is important. Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, I'm of the position where Councillor Ferguson is. We need to refer any potential future alterations and revisions to the IC's authority to governance committee. Mr. Mayor, in your first go around, in your first term as mayor, you very prudently set up the Integrity Commissioner's office. You did it, if I recall, to be independent and impartial and arm's length of any council decisions. In other words, all we would do would be receive whatever the Integrity Commissioner's report findings were forthcoming from Bassi to Rustai and now to Integrity's principal, this particular firm. So, Mr. Mayor, and lastly, each advisory committee appoints their own chair. We as council do not. Councillor Nan and I have no ability to appoint the chair at the seniors advisory. The volunteer members do that. So it's up to the citizen committee volunteers appointed to LGBTQ if they are satisfied or not satisfied with the current chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I've got myself on the speakers list at this point. So Councillor Johnson, if you would take the chair for a moment. I'd appreciate that. And so to finish off on that last point, you know, it's an important point. I don't think the process in terms of the Integrity Commissioners changed. Right from the very beginning, we were advised that the Integrity Commissioner could make their findings and their rulings, but that ultimately council, if it came to council, it needed to be ratified one way or the other. Could you confirm that, Mr. Abram? Because I'm 100% confident that the advice we received back then was we can't just leave it in the hands of the Integrity Commissioner, that it had to come to council for some form of ratification, especially in light of it being, you know, committee or advisory committee members. Could you clarify that for us?
I believe that is correct. Certainly with respect to the recommendations we've made, the reprimand being one, could be delegated to an integrity commissioner, I suppose. But the decision to consider whether or not chair should remain a member of the committee, that is something that has to be ratified by council.
Right. So there's no change in process here from previous activities. And had something similar to this come 3 years ago, the process would have been the same. It would have been a report to council. Obviously, clerks would indicate it received because they have no authority to make that kind of a recommendation, and council would have had to struggle with what the recommendation says and whether they were prepared to implement. Correct?
I believe that is the case.
Right. So Mr. Abrams, could you touch on, and you know, much has been made about, there's been 15 other complaints, I guess, or 15 other opportunities for you to investigate, and none of them have come to the council floor. Can you explain that a little better? I mean, I'm going to assume that had you, and through the course of this investigation, come to terms with Mr. Croach, and Mr. Croach indicated that he believed it was wrong to release redacted information, and that it was wrong to speak to the media as a representative of the advisory committee without authority to do so. That and if he had come to that conclusion, we probably wouldn't be sitting here today. Apologies would have been made, and you know, obviously adjustments would have been made on his behavior, and no report would have come to this council. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are always looking for an informal resolution. The 14 cases you refer to appeared in our annual report, and while not every one of those was as a result of us being able to come to a sort of agreement between complainant and respondent, many of them were with respect to jurisdiction and that sort of thing. We do have a focus on resolving matters. We think that's the best way to achieve course correction, and we have a long-term view of how to improve ethical behavior in any of our municipal clients.
So for the ones that you did look at and did investigate, you found resolve. Your resolve was done privately. No media release, no report to council. Matters were resolved, between discussions between yourself and the individuals involved.
Correct.
And that would have happened here had there been a similar kind of resolve.
Yes.
But that wasn't possible.
It was not achieved.
No, and was not achieved because?
Mentioned earlier that there was, from the beginning, well, let me characterize it this way. Typically, when we make findings, we do it through a draft report, and that shows our conclusions, our findings, not our recommendations, but our findings. And that is often the opportunity for a respondent to say, yep, I think I see what the problem is here, and I can commit to course correction so that doesn't occur in the future. And we would listen carefully to that. We participate carefully in that kind of discussion. And that did not occur in this instance.
Right. And so I suspect the most egregious issue that you've identified is, them being advised by our clerk that identifying personal names of individuals, that identify individuals, was not appropriate in documentation or to be made public. He was advised of that on a number of occasions to not do that. He then, on his own, decided to release it through his own Twitter account. And so, same net effect, he made it public, contrary to MFIPA and other privacy acts that we are all governed by, including our advisory committees, correct?
That is correct. And that is true, notwithstanding the fact that to some extent the information had been, in quotation marks, public already. It was the republishing of that information unilaterally in a contradiction to the clear advice he'd received from the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this is now your 5 minutes. Is this your last question?
Thank you. So my question is, was Mr. Croach in any way, shape, or form understanding how he erred?
Okay. Mr. Abrams?
In any way, shape, or form. We did not, we could not say that that was the case, that he acknowledged that it was problematic. He did take the position that this was through his personal Twitter account. As I said earlier, I don't want to get into the details of our communications with any of the witnesses.
Well, that's fair.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the chair is yours.
Thank you. I have Councillors Farr and then Partridge. First time, Councillor Farr. Can't hear you, Councillor Farr, for whatever reason.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to focus on the Municipal Act. In this report through you, it says the Municipal Act requires that municipalities adopt a code of conduct for members of local boards. And then we appoint an integrity commissioner who's responsible for overseeing that code of conduct. So if anyone wanted to alter or change in any way our advisory council's advisory committee code of conduct that we put in place, obviously, as required. So if someone wanted to change that, whether they're a member of that advisory committee or not, would they need to approach their MP or the ministry or the province in some way? It doesn't appear council could go Wild West on our own and take out codes of conducts for advisory committees if we wanted to do that tomorrow, correct? Because the Municipal Act wouldn't let us.
If I understand the question, council must have a code of conduct in place with respect to its local boards. There are very few mandatory provisions that must be included. It is within council's authority to adopt the text of that code of conduct, but it's not within council's authority to determine that it need not have a code of conduct for local board.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Mr. Abrams. Thank you for being here. I just have a couple of questions, and just to confirm, if I've heard correctly through all the different questions and answers, that the clerks did on several occasions speak to the chair of that committee on action that was being taken and let them know that it was inappropriate. Is that correct?
There was extensive communication between the clerk and her staff and other city staff and the chair.
Okay, so there was extensive communication, regardless of whether or not there was training at the very beginning. There was certainly a great deal of coaching, is what I'm hearing, by the clerk to the chair of this committee on what was appropriate and what was not appropriate. And so the person, Mr. Croach, he made the decision to not follow the advice and the coaching of the clerk and to go ahead and make it public, and not just on one occasion, but on several occasions. Is that correct?
What the report focuses on is the one occasion where he posted the unredacted motion to his personal website. There were a number of conversations back and forth between the clerk and clerk staff with respect to that issue.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, similar to other my council colleagues, other speakers, I was on that Integrity Commissioner Committee. We, we worked quite a few months on that whole issue, as well as creating a lobbyist registry, which has also, I believe, been good for the city. And I'm a bit concerned now that this report is coming forward without more fulsome recommendations. I mean, effectively, it's take no action, or council is being put in the position of taking action. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, there are two recommendations in play.
Right.
One is to impose a reprimand. The other statutory, for information, statutory sanction available to the Integrity Commissioner is the suspension of pay, to recommend the suspension of pay for up to 3 months. That's not relevant in this circumstance.
No.
But the ability of an Integrity Commissioner to revoke an appointment, that is not within the realm of Integrity Commissioner's ability to carry out. It is within our realm to recommend. And that is so in part because council can assess whether or not there has been a loss of confidence in the chair in this circumstance. It's not for us to assess. The recommendation is put before you for consideration for that very reason.
Okay, I appreciate those answers. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So second time speakers list is Councillors Clark, Danko, Nan, Wilson, Whitehead. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just my apologies. I'm working from one screen here, so I got to find this section. So section 120 of the report. In that respect, we have made the findings that he has inappropriately used his position as chair of the LGBTQ advisory committee, including by improperly and publicly criticizing and disparaging council decisions and processes through a radio interview in which he was identified as the chair of the committee. And then it references back to section 78. So I'm still having challenges reconciling, Mr. Abrams, where there is a prohibition on members of advisory committees, boards, agencies, executive officers of such committees from publicly criticizing and disparaging council decisions.
What we're saying, Mr. Mayor, through you, is that there are standard operating procedures. There's a code of conduct that applies, and the structure of an advisory committee is to focus those critical comments to council and not outwardly to the community at large. And it is a breach of the code of conduct, both in terms of good conduct and responsibilities with respect to communication, to do otherwise.
So in the normal course of a political discussion, there are positions that are contrary to each other. So are we now saying that members of advisory committees, chairs, vice chairs, cannot openly, publicly criticize a council decision for fear of being in violation of this good conduct clause?
Well, I think you have to take into account the way we approach our role as integrity commissioner. And it's not, and there's some elasticity to the rules. It's what we are saying through this report is that there have been significant transgressions with respect to the obligation to communicate through council, not otherwise. I want to be clear, though, that to the extent those criticisms are formulated within the context of an advisory committee meeting with the purpose of developing recommendations to council, we would not see any ethical transgression with respect to that. Where it gets difficult is where a person such as Mr. Kretsch is active in his communities, both on the advisory committee and in other capacities. And so he has to be careful when he makes recommendations, statements in public. He has to be careful to make it clear that those statements are not made as a result of his, on behalf of the committee or through his role as chair of the committee.
Councilor Clark?
Yeah, I guess we're treading on thin eggs here. Thin ice, thin eggs, whatever the expression is, Mr. Mayor. So I'm trying to establish in my mind where the threshold would be for the violation. At what point does the chair or vice chair who is advocating based on the decision of the committee that they have made a public decision and now is speaking to the media, what's the threshold there? I'm not advocating, or let me rephrase that. I'm not exonerating Mr. Kretsch's behavior. I'm trying to understand in good policy, in good governance, where the line was. Where did he cross the line for disparaging or criticizing council in his role as chair?
Thank you. Mr. Abrams?
Let me give you this example. If at the conclusion of an advisory committee meeting, a member of the media approached Mr. Crouch and said, I see you've adopted this motion. You're going to be making a recommendation to council. Can you explain it to me? And Mr. Crouch explains, giving fair reference to the debate just occurred. That we would not see as being a violation of any ethical concern. That's the committee would have met, would have discussed it, and he's assisting the media in understanding that which occurred. That would not result in a finding against him. That's supportive of the notion that the advisory committee is responsible for making recommendations to council. But advocating other positions without giving council the benefit to consider them and making media statements without council's approval, those are clear violations of the rules council's established.
Thank you. Councilor Clark?
And I guess I'm still trying to find the rules. Because when I'm reading the good conduct, and perhaps it's something that the governance committee has to take up, I don't see it as clear as what the IC is portraying it to be. I'm finding it to be much more nebulous. The breach with regards to privacy and ignoring the clerk's advice, that's a real problem for me. I am incredibly disappointed that that occurred, and Mr. Kretsch should have known better. The advice of the clerk, even I don't always agree with the advice of the clerk, but I take the advice of the clerk and we follow the rules because that's good governance, that's good process. That's on all of us, including the advisory committee members. And so failing to do that was a major mistake in terms of protocol for any advisory committee. And if we don't address it, then my fear is that we're going to have more of situations where confidential information is released inappropriately, putting the corporation at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Danko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So reading through this report, it is fairly clear that there were code of conduct violations and a reprimand is appropriate in this case. Similar to Councillor Clark and others, I have a real concern about trying to draw this arbitrary line between an advisory committee's role and a person's personal role and rights to advocate for whatever it is that they want to. And I also take major issue with the idea that members of advisory committees can't criticize or disparage council. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I understand the point that it's, in the strict interpretation of the rules, that's perhaps, against the code of conduct. But, I guess that's my problem with this whole report. This reads as an extremely heavy-handed, narrow, and strict interpretation of the code of conduct rules that apply. So my question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Abrams is, can I get your assurance that this is the bar that we are now setting? So when there are future complaints, whether it's to other advisory committees or to council and councillors in particular, that this is the bar that is set.
Mr. Abrams.
Well, I certainly can say that whenever we're asked to look at the advisory committee code of conduct and the communication protocol that advisory committee members are required to adhere to, that this report would certainly guide our decisions. And we obviously, everything is done in context. There may be a fact here or there that changes it, but this is certainly an important precedent for us. Now, we are going to be coming back. We are going to be making governance recommendations, and that will include the form of code of conduct that applies to advisory committee members. And
Thank
so
you.
this discussion can happen in that forum as well.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, through this discussion, we've talked about things like respectful interactions, good governance practices, proper ethical behavior, good conduct. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I want Mr. Abrams' assurance that all of those standards will apply equally to council.
Those are, so when we apply the council code of conduct, those or like provisions appear there. And to the extent we have said to you today that there are important governance and ethical principles at play, we will apply those with respect to members of council as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I think my last question was already asked by previous council members. I guess the last question I would have for clarity on the report, and then I have comments, is what is the definition of formal reprimand?
Thank you. Mr. Abrams.
Yeah,
we will take comments once Mr. Abrams' questioning is over. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Abrams.
It is quite simply a statement by council that the person be reprimanded. It's the act of adopting a resolution to reprimand.
A formal, just so I'm clear, a formal written.
No, it's adopting the resolution that, which, as it appears in our recommendation, that having been found to have breached the Hamilton Advisory Committee Task Force Code of Conduct, that Cameron Crouch be and is hereby formally reprimanded. Adopting that is the reprimand.
Okay. There's no further action associated to the words formal reprimand other than adopting what's there. Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions, and I'll hold my comments for when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, questions?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one point of clarification being sought on the scope and role of the advisory committee, the integrity commissioner as it applies here, and therefore how it may apply elsewhere. If an individual serving in the capacity of an advisory committee is subject to a review by the integrity commissioner, do members of advisory committees therefore enjoy access to and the privilege of counsel that could be offered by an integrity commissioner?
Counsel with an S, advice from the integrity commissioner, is that your question, Counsel?
Yes, counsel with an S.
Absolutely. That is an extremely important function of the Integrity Commissioner. It's one we carry out across our client group. It is the mechanism through which conversations like this today are avoided by members of advisory committees reaching out to the Integrity Commissioner for discreet advice, confidential advice on the fact situations they pose.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear from your answer, individual members serving on advisory committees for the City of Hamilton have complete access to your or to an Integrity Commissioner's Council, COU and SEL.
Yes.
Okay. And perhaps a question available or directed to our clerk. Is it clearly stated somewhere that all members of advisory committees are aware that they have they enjoy that privilege or
Thank
they
you.
have that access?
Madam Clerk.
Through the mayor, Councillor, our documentation clearly states that they do fall under the Municipal Act and they fall under the Conflict of Interest Act. Does it explicitly say that they have access to the Integrity Commissioner? No, it does not. But by virtue of the agreement that we have, they do.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I also have some comments, and as per your instructions, I'll wait until the line of questioning is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I know this individual has put himself out as an expert in governance. I have the deepest respect for him because I think he believes in what he does, and you can only have respect for that. So ultimately, I think the issue for me is there's some cloudy issues in regards to the advocacy. There was one councillor that inferred that the application of the rules appear to be different in the context of council versus this particular individual. So I need to flush that piece out right away.
Well, I think if council wishes its advisory committee members to be able to speak on behalf of the advisory committee without seeking council approval for the recommendations on whatever the topic is, then it ought to modify its protocols that are already in place. So it's open to council to do that, to allow members of advisory committees to speak on their own behalf and not seek council's approval.
But I think through your explanation, it's pretty clear to me that the only distinction you're making is if you're going to criticize council, you can't do it with the banner of the chair or the member of the advisory committee. You can do that as the individual who belongs to some advocacy group. And you have to make that distinction when you do those kind of criticisms. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's fair.
So, to my colleagues, there's nothing preventing Mr. Koresh to criticize this council. He just has to make sure that he's not using his role as a chair of the advisory committee to do so, but he still has that opportunity and that avenue. So I don't see that as an issue. And I do agree with some of my council colleagues. They should have the right to criticize council. The other piece is, and I think this is a concerning one, when a clerk, even I will argue with clerk and people know that around this table, but when the clerk also makes a decision or strongly advises, then I follow it. So I'm trying to understand the importance and the weight behind the fact that our clerks advise apparently a couple of times not to reveal certain information, and this individual didn't listen. Is that my understanding?
Yes, with the clerk, of course, has a broad range of responsibilities, some of them statutory, some of them line responsibilities. With respect to MFIPA, Municipal Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act, through a certain mechanism, the clerk is essentially the head of council, the decision maker. And FIPA has responsibilities both with respect to the protection of personal privacy and how the municipality is obliged to disclose public information. There is an abundance of technical expertise that is attendant to carrying out the role. And so the clerk ought to be perceived as an authoritative person with matters respecting MFIPA. And that was not carried out, obviously, because the information was posted on Mr. Kretsch's personal Twitter.
Thank you. So just to the mayor, the question I have is, can we separate the two? Because I agree with a lot of my colleagues that we have some training to do and a better understanding of those processes in respect to your role on an advisory committee versus criticizing council. I don't want to take that right away. I think we just need to clarify that. So I'm okay on that side of things. I think we got time to work those things out. I think the most serious breach for me is when the clerk gives strong advice and it's completely ignored. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no second time speakers that I'm aware of. So Mr. Abrams, thank you very much for your work and your presentation. I'm hopeful that we're not questioning the integrity of our integrity commissioner. I think the work was done in earnest and in equity and fairness for this individual, as you would have done for any other. I'm of the firm belief, and I really appreciate the effort that you put into this, because there's no small amount of detail. So I thank you both for your work, and council will now deal with your recommendations.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Speakers on the recommendation, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Nan. Councillor Wilson first. Sorry, actually it's Councillor Nan first, as I remember it happening. So Councillor Nan, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just on the motion as it is before us to receive this report, to be crystal clear, I have zero intention to move any recommendations that are within this report, nor am I looking to support a motion there so directed by any of my colleagues today. I am most interested in what Mr. Abrams left with in my second round of questioning, which is looking at clarifying the expectations of our advisory committees and improving the policies and procedures that govern them, and ensuring that our advisory committees are adequately resourced in order to fulfill their mandate, and to ensure that our citizens who serve on those committees are resourced in a way to successfully participate. The mission statement of the terms of reference for the advisory committee very clearly speaks to evaluating the city on its related efforts. And I believe that giving the voice to the perspective of residents whom have endured historic, systemic, and structural barriers requires us as decision makers to listen and become very familiar with what is beyond our own personal frames of reference, and for us to be accountable to the decisions we make around the table. I'm also clear as an elected representative that our democracy is strengthened when we have the genuine and authentic input of our residents who can share their lived experiences, and also to ensure that they are empowered to be critical and to clearly point out when we have failed them. There has been a lack of clarity in the past, and clearly still now, in terms of the difference between advising and advocacy. And for people who've been historically and systemically and structurally marginalized, being able to speak truth to power is part of advising. So thank you. Those are my comments on this.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dissent is absolutely critical for democracy. And the report references the late Senator Lewis. So because it references, I think I have the privilege to speak to Senator Lewis and his values. He was the last, as you know, of the big six, and he did talk about good trouble. He absolutely believed there was nothing wrong with disruption. In fact, he stated clearly that we all have a moral obligation to be disruptive in the face of injustice. After all, the man was arrested 45 times and 5 times since he was elected to Congress in 1986. It was destruction, in his opinion, that had to be avoided, because he said that democracy was not a state, it was an act. So for me, that is and will always be the heart of this issue. What is good trouble? And ensuring that we do not misappropriate the words of the late senator of what good trouble is. I think I know what good trouble is not, and what when the person, as Councillor, one of my colleagues said, when the person is political, to make this for us to try and parse what is advocacy versus what it is advice, I find speaks to just a systemic wrong of privilege. So it's easy for us, of those who have privilege, to say you can't advocate, you must advise, and you must play by these rules when you are in a marginal state, when you didn't create those rules. And when that institution has not, for the longest time and forever of times, not reflected your experience, not even recognized your realities. So does any of the action identified in the investigation rise to the level of removal? No, it certainly does not. And I will not be bound by these recommendations. By all means, let's have a review of our governance model. We can do that. That's our responsibility. If the city's advisory committees and their deliberations have to change, let's have a discussion about that. But let us be motivated by encouraging active citizen engagement rather than discouraging it. And let us really encourage good trouble in this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask a quick question of our city solicitor if they're present? I know we are supposed to be in comments, but I didn't think of it at the time.
Right. I'm assuming our city solicitor is on the call.
So here's the question. Our process when we're dealing with respondents to these types of investigations, council doesn't hear from the respondent. So where is there an issue of procedural fairness if we have an investigation, the respondent deals with the investigator only, and then the decision maker actually never hears from the respondent?
Nicole?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate the question, Councillor Clark, but in fairness, the Integrity Commissioner has conducted the investigation in terms of the procedural fairness around that investigation and how that's brought forward to council. I would turn to them to respond as best they can.
It's just one of those things in the back of my mind that has bothered me with our Integrity Commissioner process from day one. We rarely get to hear from the respondents unless they take the proactive steps of making statements in public.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So sorry.
Go ahead. No,
No,
go ahead.
All I was going to say was I do believe, and certainly I know our Integrity Commissioners can speak to it, the fulsomeness of the respondents' ability to interact throughout the investigation process. And certainly my reading of the report was that that was available here, but I do believe that our Integrity Commissioner should respond to that.
Okay, Mr. Abrams, on this whole agent, I think we had multiple questions. Can you address this one?
Certainly, through the course of our investigation, procedural fairness was accorded to Mr. Kretsch and others. Was top of mind. I do note that council's procedures really dictate the form of communications at this stage, and that, as you note already, there are a number of communications on the agenda today. That is the form through which Mr. Kretsch could respond to council directly, would it be his desire to do so. You'll note that I made the comment that the report speaks for itself, and I spoke mostly to issues that arose since the publication of the report. And so it was open to Mr. Kretsch to speak to our findings and our recommendations to council through the submission of a communication.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So with respect to what is before us, I have concerns about the broad definition of the term good conduct. I think it needs to be closely reviewed at governance. I think it's being liberally interpreted to prohibit criticism and disparagement of council or council decisions. And I don't think that's the intent of council it was ever the intent of council. So we need to very clearly clarify exactly what is permitted and what is not permitted. And that in itself is fair to the members of the advisory committees because they want to know the rules that they're operating under. With respect to the breach of privacy issue, there have been counselors in the last year in the Golden Horseshoe area that have been fined and docked pay for breaching council confidentiality. There isn't an item that is more important to the success of a city than to know that they can go in camera on legitimate legal matters, have those discussions legitimately in camera, make decisions without putting the municipality at risk, and to have anyone taking that information and giving it to the media or broadcasting it widely and publicly is a breach of the code of conduct. It's a breach of trust in my mind, not criminally, but we trust people to follow the rules and they're now breaching. They've broken that trust with us. So whether or not it's a reprimand, the traditional slap on the wrist, you can't do this and don't do it again, or whether or not the individual is removed from the committee, that's up to council. But I have problems with anyone dismissing what transpired as not being important enough for us to address, or a matter of what was the terminology, good conduct or
Good trouble.
Good trouble. That was the, I understand civil disobedience. This is not about civil disobedience. This is about someone accepting the responsibility as a member of a committee, knowing that they're not supposed to release private information and release the private information, even though they were deliberately told, most assuredly told not to do that, because they felt that the clerk was wrong and that they were right. That's the problem here.
Mr. Clerk, you're at time.
So those are my concerns. I'll wait to hear from the rest of my colleagues as to how we're going to proceed. But that was a serious violation. It was not just good trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Farr. Can't hear you yet, Councillor Farr.
I'm just asking where we're at here. Do we have a motion before us? What are we speaking to? Right
You're
now?
speaking to the Integrity Commissioner's report in the communications.
Has anybody moved to receive that report?
Not as yet, no.
So I'd be happy to do that if I can get a seconder if it's needed.
We have a continuing speakers list, so I can come back to you for that.
Thank you. So real brief, the IC is telling us obviously the mission is not to silence the respondent. That was said today, and I think it's somewhere in the report, and I just want to focus on that, and then the code. No matter where we were to go on this agenda item today, even if it was the IC's mission to silence Cameron, I think most of us know that that's not going to happen. Most of the 5 or 6 or 7 years he's lived in Hamilton, he's been a very vocal guy. Our IC refers to him in this report as, quote, capable and earnest, end quote. And acting on these recommendations or not isn't going to matter. This respondent, as Cameron is defined, he's going to exercise his right and defend his approach to speaking up and being vocal. And we knew that when we appointed Cameron to the board, and ultimately, clearly the advisory committee felt he was appropriate enough to be chair with that reputation, let's call it. So I think it's one we were all aware of. The report tells us, I think it's important to note that publicly, the report tells us pretty much, in my mind, 24 pages of it, that he didn't agree and doesn't agree and probably won't ever agree with portions of our mandate as an advisory council. And what I've learned here today is that's an issue of the Municipal Act if you want to follow up on it with your MP or the ministry. But he didn't follow clerk's advice. I would argue what a previous colleague said, I don't know if we always follow our clerk's advice, so something to think about there at different capacities, obviously. And he went on the radio and pointed out our shortcomings as a municipally elected body, and that happens pretty much every day. So it's not just one individual out there doing that kind of thing. In this case, obviously, the focus is an individual who, in our current makeup and mandate of advisory committees, is violating a few codes. So maybe some council, Mr. Mayor, someday, somewhere will make that appeal, or enough residents will encourage a council to make that appeal to the province to change those portions of the municipal act to allow this kind of stuff. Right now, we're dealing with an integrity commissioner, though, making an evaluation on what's before us. And on section 118, my focus now would be of this report, quote, there is a strong relationship between good governance and proper ethical behavior. In many respects, this investigation has clarified a need for improved practices and protocols regarding City Council's subordinate bodies, including its advisory committee. So rather than favor the recommendations from the IC before us, I'd like to focus on that and the advice that we've been given, and at the appropriate committee, wherever it may be, if we need and feel to reevaluate our practices and our protocols, that's where we should probably go on this. And maybe we just, in the end, even change the name of advisory committees to something else entirely. But that's where I stand on that, and at the appropriate time, I'm happy just to receive this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Mr. Mayor, so what it's not is cooling down people who want to criticize council. The Integrity Commissioner has made it absolutely clear. So when I hear councillors speak to John Lewis, please don't use his name in the context of what's happening here today. What's happening here today is that we have a report that says that this individual utilized his position to criticize a council. And I think what we're saying is that position is for advisory, and if he doesn't speak on behalf of the advisory, but speaks on behalf of himself, which we have to often do as well, by the way, then he's okay to criticize council. He has every right to do so. So no one's preventing that. No one's cooling that down. But I do agree with my colleagues that that's an area that we need some work on to ensure that that communication, that understanding, that clarity is absolute. So we're going to park that. But the issue that really concerns me when I hear two of my council colleagues want to just, or three now, that want to receive, are we saying it's okay now to release confidential information, even though this is not a procedural issue, by the way? This is actually an INFIPA issue. This is a privacy issue. So we're saying by just receiving that it's okay for an individual on any advisory committee to take a confidential meeting and release a name. That's okay if we don't take action. So I think at the very minimum, we need to address that issue. And if we do, I'd be prepared to move a motion just for a reprimand. And I think we need to work with Mr. Koresh, because I believe he's a good guy, personally. I think he means well. And I think we need to give him every benefit. And we got to flush out these rough edges. But you cannot allow and send a signal that people are okay to release confidential information. So I can't support that, and I will be removing the recommendation to reprimand on that issue alone, not the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put myself on the speakers list at this point. I see no further speakers. Councillor Johnson, if you'll take the chair. And similar to what Councillor Whitehead just laid out, I mean, there is no sense that this council is trying to stifle anyone's rights and freedoms to make whatever comment they like, wherever they like, on their own personal time in their own personal way. This is not about making good trouble or advocating against people making good trouble. We got lots of it going in our community, and we accept their right to go there. We may or may not agree, and that's certainly our right to do as well. But to do it under the guise of an advisory committee and by name and using that position to advocate in terms of my belief is that that's inappropriate. Makes it very difficult for our staff to be able to deal with their minutes, and certainly on the privacy issue, releasing information on an identifiable individual. If any one of us did that, that'd be grounds for a penalty of some sort. And certainly, the province would rain down on us on in FIPA rules, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, to say that we're okay with that, in my view, is completely wrong. And that certainly also continues to put our clerk staff in a very awkward position because they're going to have to continue to follow MFIPA rules and continue to advise individuals that releasing names that are not to be released publicly is not okay. And should they do it, we at this point now have no grounds to stand on because we've said, you know what, in this case, it's okay, no problem. Easy peasy. We'll just let it go, and so what do our clerks do the next time around? I really, you know, I guess we could always turn to saying that our process is not well defined enough, which I don't think is true. Although there may be some tweaks, and I think Mr. Abrams has indicated earlier that there is an opportunity to always improve our code of conducts. There's always an opportunity to improve people's behavior, and there's always going to be some rules. So for those that are suggesting that there ought not be any, and you know what, just let everything go and speak whatever you want, whenever you want, no matter what, and release whatever you like. That kind of good trouble I'm not interested in. That is way beyond good trouble. That is trouble for the sake of trouble, and you know, stirring the pot and making it very difficult for us to apply reasonable codes of conduct and reasonable patterns of behavior that ought to be part of our deliberations and certainly ought to be part of the deliberations of advisory committees. So I will not support just receiving this. I think that is exactly the wrong message. That, you know, condoning that kind of behavior isn't appropriate. And so at minimum, I'm on for a reprimand. Let this individual know that that based on our integrity commissioner's review of the matter, he has done wrong. He's done something that he should not have, and he ought to be reprimanded for it, and that's what I'll support. So I thank you, and I thank the Integrity Commissioner for their work. You know what? And this issue will come up again at some point down the road. I suspect that if we embolden Mr. Crouch, we also embolden lots of other folks that are part of advisory committees to push the envelope and do similar contraventions that I think are not appropriate and certainly not helpful for respectful, helpful dialogue. And so criticizing and advising and providing good advice and offering up opportunities for us to improve things is the foundation of what advisory committees are to be about. And yes, at times it gets heated, and yes, there are times when that we do not accept their advice, and there's you know, disappointment and anxiety associated with that. But that's the process. And so you know what, if folks don't understand that when they're on an advisory committee, as they should, because the orientation process is fairly clear in terms of what your role and responsibility is when you sign on to this, then you know, and if council doesn't want to follow through on those rules and regulations and those standards of behavior, then let's change that process and make sure that we're not leading people down the garden path of some process that they don't necessarily have to adhere to. So I'm on for a reprimand. I think it's appropriate in this case that that he is advised that what he did, especially in the area of releasing information that needed to be redacted, is inappropriate, not correct, not something we need to have happen again, and should be put on a file that should it happen again, that we can take different kinds of action. Thank you all for listening to that. I have now additional speakers, Councillors Danko, Clark, and Whitehead. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the issue for me now is based on what's on the table. There's two parts to this report. There's the MPIFA violations of releasing private information, which I agree wholeheartedly we can't sanction and is a clear violation and should be result in a reprimand. But then there's also the remainder of the report and the code of conduct violations. And Mr. Abrams in this discussion said himself that they have some elasticity in reaching their decision. And to be absolutely frank, I do not see that elasticity was applied in this case. So the report as a whole, I don't see any way to parse those two issues to separate it. So the report as a whole, in my opinion, I can't support. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson?
Oh, I thought you had other speakers ahead of me, Mr. Mayor.
No, you're next, and then we have Councillors Clark and Whitehead again.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just succinctly reiterate what I said about an hour ago. I supported the establishment of the IC office about 12 years ago under your first term to ensure it was an independent, impartial, arm's length body from council, that I would not be a part of any decisions other than receiving their reports. Secondly, I think the IC's report regarding the individual named is a strong message in itself, both to the individual and to the community. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, every advisory citizens committee of volunteers has the ability to keep the chair they have, to appoint the chair, elect the chair they have. If they feel that chair isn't doing a proper or good job representing their issues, they have the ability within the term of council to have someone else officially represent them. So I'm going to be seconding Councillor Farr's motion to simply, as is noted on the agenda page under 4.8, as the clerk put, simply to receive this at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson? Can't hear you just yet. Still not? Let's try again. We'll unmute you and you can check your button status or plug in.
Hello?
There you are. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just a question to the clerks. Clerk, typically when you get a presentation like we did today from our Integrity Commissioner, you receive that presentation and then you could go on and make a decision. I don't know whether Councillor Farr's motion was to receive the presentation, then we could go to Councillor Whitehead's motion to accept recommendation 1. Is that how you read those motions? Or is Councillor Farr's motion, in your view, to simply park this thing and receive it and take no action?
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, the motion that Councillor Farr has put down is to receive the item, so that would be no action would be taken.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I can't support that. I'm on for the censoring him for his action. The recommendation number 1 is you are. But I'd also like to put a motion. I think we need to get some clarity around the Integrity Commissioner's report in this less formal environment at the Governance Committee. And so I would like to see the matter be referred to the Governance Committee to take a look at the code of conduct in relationship to using titles on a standing committee to do personal advocating, totally different than the committee that they're sitting on, and let the committee review that. And there's some other issues that come up by other members of council today. They should just take a good look at it. One is, I would still like the Integrity Commissioner to, I know Jeff didn't recommend this, but I would like to see complaints about individuals on advisory committees have the same rules where the Integrity Commissioner makes the decision, so we don't get pulled into this and get accused of trying to muzzle people. And so I'd like to have that discussion at the Governance Committee also. Those are my 2 issues. So at the appropriate time, after the decision on this report is done, I'd like to come back for a referral motion to send this off to governance.
Let me clarify that work is actually going to be done. I think Madam Clerk will speak to that. So that is actually the next step that Mr. Abrams is going to be engaged in. Andrea?
Through the mayor, that motion has already been approved by council at a previous meeting. So that work is it's undergoing right now.
And the two particular issues I just spoke to, for example,
we can add that on.
Add them on, perfectly.
Yep,
So
and that'll be brought to the Governance Committee for discussion.
And so you don't need a motion to add those two items, so you can take that as direction?
I'll take that as direction. That's no problem. Thank you.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Clark? Can't, need to be unmuted. 1 second. There we go.
And are we okay now?
Yes, you're good. We're good.
There we go. So I just want to walk through my chain of thought, and my understanding is that MFIPA has both the freedom of information component and a protection of privacy component. And the protection of privacy component, the responsibility is on the corporation or the city of Hamilton for the protection of privacy. Is that the case to our city clerk or to our city solicitor?
Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, if I understand the question properly, the umbrella of the corporation, so all of our committees and councils, yes, we all fall under MFIPA.
And so the protection of privacy is a responsibility that we all share. And if there is an allegation that we have breached privacy and they go to the privacy commissioner and there's an investigation, can the city be penalized for breaching privacy and without giving the third party the opportunity to comment before their privacy was breached publicly?
So, Madam Clerk or Nicole Audi, our solicitor, one or the other.
I'll speak to that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Through the mayor, yes, anyone can make a complaint directly to the IPC for any, if they feel their privacy has been breached.
So I guess to my colleagues who are arguing that we simply receive and take no action, please be aware of what message you're sending. It is our statutory legislated obligation as a council to protect the privacy of individuals. We've had a breach of that here. And so what we're saying is, it's okay, we're going to look the other way. Even though that obligation is on us by the province to ensure that that protection is there. So I'm strongly suggesting that we not simply receive, but we issue a reprimand saying, no, when the city clerk is providing you such advice, you have to listen to the advice. You may disagree with it, but at the end of the day, if the city clerk makes the ruling, then you have to follow that ruling, because otherwise we are putting the corporation, the city, all of us at risk. And that's what's happening. And so the real challenge for us here is to find that balance. Yeah, I'm not on for reprimanding someone for criticizing council. We get criticized all the time. We need to fix that rule to make it clear how it works and how it bends. But on the issue of protection of privacy, we shouldn't be bending. Councillors, we should not be bending. That is an obligation on us. We may not like what have happened. We may not want to put ourselves in a position where we have to reprimand Mr. Kretsch. He may be friends of some of us. We like him. We respect him. But at the end of the day, he made an error. And since he hasn't acknowledged the error, we have to acknowledge it and say, it was wrong what you did on this file. Here's why it was wrong. Please don't do it again. The reprimand is on your file. And if it happens again, we may have to take further action. I think that is respectful. And I think it is, more importantly, it helps us to remain in compliance with our statutory obligations and responsibilities. So just bear that in mind as we go through the rest of this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
I actually absolutely agree with Councillor Clark. I don't want to cloud the issue with the other stuff contained within the Integrity Commissioner's report. So I want to make clear that when I move my recommendation for a reprimand, it's only going to be focused on the MFIPA issue. So could I ask the clerk, is there a way that reprimand could be distinctive to that particular issue and not with the balance of the report?
Madam Clerk.
Through the mayor, yes, if you want to create a motion with that wording in, we can absolutely move that. You can put that motion on the floor.
I appreciate. So
if you want to amend item A within the Integrity Commissioner's report, we can do that if you like. If you want to provide the wording.
I appreciate that. So would this be the appropriate time now?
I heard a previous indication for a motion, but you know what? The motions come as they go. So if you're prepared to make a motion right now, you're free to do so.
So the motion I want to put forward is that we provide a reprimand only on item, I guess it's item 2.
No, it's item 1 in the recommendations of the Integrity Commissioner, which indicates that having been found to be have breached the Hamilton Advisory Committee Task Force Code of Conduct, that Cameron Crouch be and is hereby formally reprimanded. And your addition would be, I suspect, as it relates to the breach of privacy issue.
Correct. So we're being clear that it is specific to that particular issue. And I will only ask my colleagues as I move that motion forward, that or the amendment, that for anyone to cloud this issue is scary for me, because in FIPA, privacy, by not supporting this particular motion, you're basically saying it's okay to release information. And to suggest that you should cloud the issue because you don't like the report in its entirety, so you're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater on a very clear, lineal argument that our clerk provided advice, the individual didn't listen to the advice and release the information. There is no gray here. This is black and white. So you either condone that action or you reprimand it. That's why I'm moving the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And a seconder for that? Councillor Ferguson or Clark? Yeah, which one did we see first? I'm sorry. Councillor Clark? Yep. Thank you. And Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, everyone. Listening very intently, and I agree with the previous speakers, and I too support the direction. I think first and foremost, above all of this, and appreciate the Integrity Commissioner's diligence in getting this report to us and the thoroughness of the investigation. But I think at the end of the day, we also have to remember that our clerk, who through the chain of all the clerks we've had, does a remarkable job. And if we did not enforce this and move forward, we are taking down the responsibility and the integrity of our clerk to make sure that our rules are followed and that everybody follows them, whether it's councillors, staff, or residents. So I will be supporting this going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no further speakers at this point. So we have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. Time to vote on that motion, and then there's also a required vote on the receipt of the ballots of the report. I see a finger up, Councillor Nan. A finger means you either have to go to the bathroom or...
No, I just wanted clarity. Thank you, through the mayor. Just if I could, please, when the motions come forward, I'm trying to listen intently, but if we could see them written up. I know clerks have afforded that in the past. So if we could, is this a one-part motion? Is this a two-part motion? I would like to see it before voting. Thank you.
As I heard it, it was a one-part motion, and it was item 1 on the Integrity Commissioner's recommendation with the added words of, and that those added words will show up just now as they add them. As it is there. So as it relates to the breach of privacy issues. So reading it out loud for those that can't see it, that having been found to have breached the Hamilton Advisory Committee Task Force Code of Conduct, that Cameron Crouch be and is hereby formally reprimanded as it relates to the breach of privacy issue. Period.
And to clarify, is the breach of privacy issue governed under MFIPA? And just trying to integrate the clarity that Councillor Clark was speaking to, and then Councillor Whitehead saying that he also agreed with what was said there. So I just wanted to make sure that the language could be as clear as possible, given that we are making this motion is requesting a formal reprimand. I think it's appropriate to cite the appropriate legislation, and if my colleagues feel otherwise, then that's
So
that.
are you adding words or asking the question?
I'm asking the question.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, if Councillor Clark sees that as a friendly amendment to his motion, we can absolutely put that in there. Sorry, Councillor Whitehead.
But the question was, do we govern over the MFIPA regulations? In other words, we're required to adhere to the regulations. I believe it is overseen by another body, right?
Correct. We don't. We are governed by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. We are governed by that.
Councillor Net?
We are governed by that act, and this motion is seeking formal reprimand of an advisory committee member who breached privacy issues that are governed under that act.
That is correct.
So it just, to me, it feels like we should be very clear if this motion is going forward, so that there is no room for misinterpretation, and that the direction that is being sought by this motion is clearly indicating what communication is going forward if this motion were to pass. Thank you.
So did you want to include as it relates to the breach of MFIPA privacy issues?
So if I could make a recommendation that we take the word issue out and that it be reprimanded as it relates to the breach of privacy under the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
I think that speaks more clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, you're okay with that friendly amendment? Councillor Clark as well? You're going to add the words as there it is, okay. So you're all seeing it now? Any further comments or questions? I can't see any because I don't see a screen. Okay, additional speakers. I see Councillor Clark, Farr, and Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, sir. I am good with the motion as it is shown. I have a question just for clarification for my own peace of mind. It has been suggested that the respondent released the information because he knew it was already in the public record. I'd like to hear from the Integrity Commissioner or the City Solicitor as to, does it change anything if it is revealed that this information was published on, for example, the Hamilton Police Services Board minutes or some other advisory committee minutes, and then he shared that information? So I'm trying to ascertain whether or not, if it was in the public domain prior to this, does this become a breach then?
Thank you. Mr. Abram?
No, that wouldn't make a difference. The IPC has a notion of practical obfuscation. It's about the republication of information. And in any event, the clerk had given clear authoritative direction with respect to the publication.
So the republication of information that has been previously published, whether or not they had the authority under MFIPA or not, is irrelevant. We're not permitted under MFIPA to republish it. Is that what you're saying?
In these circumstances, I'm saying that, yes, the further publication of the information is the concern, contrary to the direction given by the clerk.
Thank you. That answers my questions. I support the council's motion still.
I guess essentially 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Yes, yeah. I agree.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
To receive on the floor, and this is an amendment to receiving. So we receive with this amendment. Is that what's before us?
Sorry?
To the clerk, I had the motion on the floor initially on just receiving the item. Now is what we're talking about now an amendment to that, the receiving of what's before us?
No. So your amendment Your motion was never fully made. You alluded to it, but you didn't make it. Councillor Whitehead asked, can I make the motion now? And yeah, it was appropriate for him to make the motion now. So the motion that's on the floor right now is the one that you read just a minute ago.
Fair enough. I didn't have a seconder. So we're dealing with Councillor Whitehead's motion. And so through you, Mr. Mayor, to legal, what is a reprimand? And if I'm reading this, we're saying we're going to reprimand, but to what extent? What does that entail?
You're asking our legal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm happy for the Integrity Commissioner to speak to that in their experience as reprimands through this process. And if there's further general comments, I'm happy to address those further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Abrams, define reprimand.
Mr. Mayor, as indicated earlier, the reprimand is may sound circular, but it is the making of a reprimand. And in this case, it's the adoption of the resolution in the form that is before council at the moment to reprimand Mr. Crouch. It's a statement.
It's a statement, but it doesn't, it's not a statement that is in any way connected to your 3 recommendations in your report.
Well, it certainly is connected to the findings we made.
I understand that, but not your recommendations.
It's one of his recommendations. There were 3 recommendations there. One of them was a reprimand. The other was to remove him, and the other was to indicate that Mr. Crouch could resign. Those 3 recommendations were part of the recommendations that the Integrity Commissioner brought forward.
And this motion is a modified number 1 recommendation.
Correct.
And we leave 2 and 3 alone.
Correct.
Okay,
so if we approve this one, the balance of the report can be received for no action.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. And I appreciate it as well. Yeah, I did not have a seconder. That's fine. So I was not officially on the floor to receive it because no one was, I'm sure people were putting up their hand, but no one was mentioned when I was looking for a seconder. However, Councillor Jackson, when it was his turn to speak, did say that he would second simply receiving the item. When we receive an item, I keep looking at the wrong computer. When we receive an item, we're receiving it on a council record. It's on the public record. It's there for all time. And that in itself, as Councillor Jackson pointed out, is a strong message. And I appreciate that. And I just want to make it clear that, you know, there are on the particular issue before us, on the motion before us, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. I mean, if we need to say you are reprimanded for breaking a rule on this particular item, the MFIPA, well, obviously, I mean, that's all that, you know, that's part of what this Integrity Commissioner investigation has found. Whether or not the day before that name was public, I think the key is that our clerks advised and this individual went against clerk's advice. So yeah, you're reprimanded, but we don't need to attach the rest of what the IC has recommended to us, and I appreciate where it's coming from, and I have no problem supporting it, and then obviously receiving this item, and then getting on to a heady agenda.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks. If you could, through you, Mr. Chair, could you ask clerks to put the wording back up so I could speak to it, please?
Yep. They've heard you, and I think they're in the process of doing that. While they're doing that, I won't be able to see any hands moving around that are indicating something, so just be aware of that. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess my question is to the mover, and is it remind me, Councillor Whitehead, the mover of this?
Councillor White is the mover, Councillor Clark second.
Okay, thank you. Just to the mover of the motion, is the reprimand related to the breach of, just so I'm clear, the perceived breach or the breach of MFIPA? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that having been found to have breached just some trying to understand this, that having to be been found to have breached MFIPA, that is the subject of the reprimand, the cause of the reprimand to the mover. So I'm wondering whether the reference to the code of conduct, etc., is necessary in the wording. Thank you.
Okay, and are you asking the question
To the mover?
To the mover. Okay. Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Whitehead, are you still there? Okay, to the seconder, Councillor Clark. Again, if we could take that down so I can see the screen.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
So,
I see you.
thank you. So I believe the question was whether or not the term that has been found to have breached the Hamilton Advisory Committee Task Force Code of Conduct that Cameron Craig be advised. So the question is whether or not the term Code of Conduct should be in the motion. Is that what the question is?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yes, because the Code of Conduct ties his responsibilities to confidentiality. The two are tied together.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll certainly have Madam Clerk address that as well. I mean, Code of Conduct is the foundation of potential breach in terms of privacy issues. So, Madam Clerk.
Through the mayor, yes, in the code of conduct, it does speak to in keeping anything that they receive that is considered confidential, that they are to keep it confidential. That is within the handbook and the code of conduct.
Okay, thank you. I see no further seekers at this point. So we have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. All in favor, please indicate. Electronic vote. And we'll wait for that to pop up. Yep.
Can I just suggest each vote if you could announce what the outcome is, because we don't always get to see.
Yeah, I will
public.
absolutely do that. That'll pop up on the screen and I'll break down the numbers for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, we need a vote or a yay or a nay, thumbs up or down.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just trying to get.
Councillor Ferguson. Sorry. Councillor Whitehead, can you vote? A thumbs up from Councillor White, who's the mover. You mentioned Councillor Ferguson. Was he able to vote? Okay. Okay, Councillor Wilson, can you please give us an up or a down? Can you hear me? Councillor Wilson, can you hear me? Councillor, is it thumbs up or thumbs down? Voted? Okay. And that is carried, yes, 12, and no, 2, and 1 abstention, and 1 absent. Thank you. On the balance of the report, I heard a motion to receive from Councillor Farr. Councillor Farr, are you prepared to move that at this point? Okay, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Jackson, thank you. Any comments or questions? Hopefully not. We thoroughly covered it, so electronic vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, we need a yay or a nay. Thumbs up for Councillor Whitehead. Anyone else? Nope. And that is carried 11-3 and 1 abstention. Thank you. We are now going to go to the balance of the communications, and there were a number of them. I will turn it to members of council to indicate which, if any, you would like to discuss, and if not, we can move the balance of the communications items. What is your pleasure? I see at this point no indicators, so there is a motion on the floor, by the way, Johnson, and the seconder, I can't remember who it was. to put all of them on the floor. Councillor Partridge, do you want to speak to an issue?
It
Okay,
was,
no?
sorry, it was Councillor Pearson that was seconding it, sir.
Councillor Pearson, thank you. So any speakers on any issues in communications? I'm seeing none. Thank you. All in favor then of communications as presented, as amended? All votes are in. Thank you. That's 15 votes in favor of moving that direction. So let's do a couple of items. You know, it may be appropriate for us before we get into the meat of other committees to take that lunch break. We're at that kind of hour right now. So let's deal with item 5.1, which is the Hamilton Street Railway Company Shareholder Annual General Meeting Report. Councillor Johnson. Oh, yeah, sorry. Councillor Johnson, a motion to move into a committee of the whole, please. Can't hear you just yet.
It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Partridge, that the council move into the committee of the whole to reconsider, to consider the committee reports.
Thank you. All in favor electronically? That was faster than fast. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up. Thank you. That's carried. And item 5.1 is the Hamilton Street Railway Company Shareholder Annual General Meeting Report. Councillor Johnson, again, a motion to receive and approve. Go ahead.
It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek that the Hamilton Street Railway Company Shareholder Annual General Meeting Report 20-001 being the meeting held on Monday, September 14th, 2020 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on that report? Seeing none. All in favor electronically or opposed? Way to go, Janet. The votes are crisp. Phew. Just the fingers must be flying. Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek, able to vote? Thumbs up. All in? Yep. 15 to nothing. Thank you. Item 5.2 is the sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market Annual General Meeting Report. Councillor Johnson, once again, a motion to approve that report.
Yes, it's moved by myself and the council representative, Councillor Pauls, that the sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market Annual General Meeting Report 20-001 being the meeting held on Monday, September 14th, 2020 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on that report? Not seeing any indicators. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? What's that? Did I jinx it? I said, boy, this is speedy and fast, and now we're frozen. It's coming. Yep. Are you? Did they throw you off of eScribe? No? Can we take a... the hard drive has a heart problem. So can we take a physical vote on this one? Thumbs up from the... and then we can sort that out later. Okay, so all in favor, please indicate, hands up. Unanimous, thank you all very much. So this is a good time to take a break. I'd recommend we all be back here at 12:30, do lunch or whatever you need to do, and then we can get into the meat of the rest of the balance of the report. Thank you all, we'll see you in a half an hour. And we are back here at 12:30, and we are now at item 5.3, which is the Special General Issues Committee report. Councillor Johnson, you have a motion to put that report on the floor. Please make that motion.
Yep, I will. Thank you. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Clark that the Special General's Issues Committee Report 20-013, being the meeting held on September 14th, 2020, be received.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on that report? Hearing none, thank you so much. On that report then, all in favor or opposed, please indicate. Votes are back and speedy once again. It's coming up hopefully shortly. I should have, oh, sorry.
Your mic's on, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, we need Councillor Farr to indicate. I don't see him on the call right now. Councillor Nan, thumbs up. You voted? Okay. Councillor Collins. Sometimes he's below camera level and then he pops up, but he's not there. Okay, any others? All good? Okay, waiting for the end result. I'm just going to take a giant leap here and assume that it's going to be carried. Carried, thank you. Item 5.4, the Board of Health Report 2020-2005 of September the 21st with a number of items in them. Councillor Johnson, a motion to put the entire report on the floor and then any items that come out of that. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wilson, who is the Vice Chair, that the Board of Health Report 20-005, being the meeting held on Monday, September 21st, 2020, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you. Any items in that report that people want to lift or discuss? Seeing no indications. Oh, Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Item 6, just want to broadcast for all the seniors across the city. The dental health, oral health program is back in full swing. It was in a somewhat state of abeyance during the peak time of COVID. And the report there is we're directing the medical officer of health to increase the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program by a 0.5 full-time equivalent employee. And as you know, Mr. Mayor, we're hoping to reach as many as possibly 4,000 seniors with this program, the approximate $2 million. We have the dental, oral dental buses, and under the direction of Director Jennifer Vickers-Manzin, it's been a great success. Our lodges, Macassa, Wentworth have benefited, and many thousands of seniors across the city. So for seniors listening in, the oral dental health bus program is back in full resumption. Please contact my office, any of the council members and the mayor's office if you need some further information and instruction, and or through public health. We've been a strong supporter, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the provincial funding, but thanks for our staff that administered this program and for Board of Health support. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Clark, another item or this item? Can't hear you just
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we've got you.
So on item number 1, sorry, I'm just trying to get it to pop up on my screen here. It's the correspondence from Chatham-Kent Public Health respecting the decriminalization of personal possession of illicit drugs. And we're asking staff to review and report back to the Board of Health. So can I ask, before I take a vote on this, Dr. Richardson, if we have the staffing time available? What's the timing on this report coming back? Is this an onerous task that we're asking you to do?
Thank you. I'm advised that Dr. Richardson had a pre-scheduled personal appointment that couldn't change, so she's not here to answer that question today, but we do have Paul Johnson who could field that question. Paul?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it won't be swift in terms of turnaround. It's part of the drug strategy work. Public health does have a plan for business continuity, so they are getting back to some of their previously held work. That will happen once they get the additional staffing up to do the contact tracing and other pieces related to COVID. So I would say that this is not imminently returning to the Board of Health, but we do have staff working on the drug strategy and, of course, the issues around drugs in this community, and particularly opioids, continues to be a priority for public health. So it can happen, just not going to be incredibly swift.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Great. Thank you. Any further items? Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, so there's a philosophical issue for me on this particular issue. So opioids are a legal substance. It can be prescribed by doctors, correct?
Yes, correct.
So when we talk about this strategy on illicit drugs, we're not talking about drugs that are already legal. We're talking about drugs that are illegal, such as heroin, for example.
So illegally acquired. So you can get a prescription for heroin as well. From talking as a layperson, I shouldn't be answering this question, quite frankly, and I'm not sure we have someone here that can give you that kind of answer in terms of what's legal and what isn't legal. Paul Johnson, I see you pop up. Feel free.
So through the mayor, I'll just clarify that through the drug strategy, we're looking at a number of things, which would, and this is going to be part of that review. So the review would happen by the staff that are already looking at our overall drug strategy. So the question was, could we take it away, review it, and bring something back? The answer to that is yes. We're not passing any judgment on it at this stage. It is just for us to assign some staff to see how we might respond to that correspondence that was received by the Board of Health.
Okay, I guess my trouble is cocaine is cocaine a legal drug or a prescribed drug?
Mr. Johnson?
So through the mayor, I mean, we'll come back with all of those pieces. I'm not sure that there is a full description in the correspondence of all that they're looking at in terms of other jurisdictions. So we're going to delve into it, look into it. The drug strategy is there to do some of this work, and we'll come back with information.
Okay, so I guess even you to look at it, as concerning the priorities in our city, mental health being one of the biggest priorities from my own perspective. Addiction is always an issue, but the letter that we're talking about here is talking about actually decriminalizing illicit drugs, which is a generic term, which means it can take in cocaine, it can take in heroin, it can take in crack, it can take in meth, it can take in almost every hard drug that's imaginable. Is that the road we're asking you to go down?
So through the mayor, there's no road we're going down to look at it. The issue of decriminalization is a broad issue, and it does also look at how we don't further criminalize and penalize those with serious drug addictions. And so mental health and addictions is a priority direction for our public health unit, and quite frankly has been talked about around this table a fair bit. So yes, there's probably areas of this that don't make sense to explore or support, but there are perhaps other areas that do, and perhaps looking at the substances is one piece, but also looking at how do we ensure that people who have a drug addiction are actually able to access the right services and supports is, I think, more of the core of some of the decriminalization discussion that's going on, and we would support looking at that, if only to make sure that people are able to get the right supports they have, instead of criminalizing them in terms of what's happening to them personally. So I don't want to suggest we're on a path. We've developed a path. That's not the case. This was how to dispose of this item in terms of what to do with it at the Board of Health, and some further investigation, I think, is worthy, so that we can have some of these very important discussions at the Board of Health.
So I just want to add that when I was on the police board, I pushed hard for the creation of the drug court, which we do now have in the city of Hamilton. So I'm proud that I was one of the initiators in pushing for that, which will deal with all illicit drugs, on just marijuana. So I thought the answer was that particular piece. So I'm a little confused on what is being asked here. I'll provide the latitude. I look forward to the staff report coming back, but I'm always concerned that we're throwing these catch-all area things in that may end up coming back to haunt us and biting us in the butt. So thank you.
Yeah, that certainly isn't the intent here. And reporting back on what could or could not, be exercised is really what's being asked for here. On all the other items, then we have a motion by Councillor Johnson. It's seconded by whomever I can't remember. All in favor of the approval of the Board of Health report as presented. Councillor Nan. Oh, sorry. We're not accusing. Just didn't see it fast enough. Anyone else? That's it. Everyone fully approved. Thank you very much. Public Works Committee report. Council, or motion on the report, please, for the September 21st, 2020 meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by previous chair, Councillor Ferguson, that the Public Works Committee report 20-008, being the meeting held on Monday, September 21st, 2020, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Any comments or issues on those reports? Councillor Clark, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yep.
Perfect. So my question is with regards to the Sam Lawrence Park Master Plan. And when I'm reading through that report, it's talking about some type of pedestrian bridge that's projected to cost $16 million. So to our staff, I have concerns about spending $6 million on something that may not be a need at the moment, could be a want. Trying to understand, how do I address that issue with the motion that is before us? Will the issue of that bridge come to us at a future time during budget deliberations, or should I just vote against the master plan now?
Okay, thank you. Who's here from Public Works that can address from a staff perspective, and I'm sure Councillor Danko and Paul's had their views on it as well. Staff first.
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham here. I can answer questions with respect to this report. So I'm Cynthia Graham, Manager of Landscape Architectural Services and Public Works. This project fell within my team for execution. The recommendation at this time is, or that was included in the report, was to accept the master plan. The intention is to come back through the capital budget process for budget requests for each of the individual projects as they come forward and are prioritized.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
So then each individual project could be assessed at that time as a capital project, and they may or may not be approved. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's our intention, is to bring them forward as they proceed for deliberations at budget.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll support the master plan that is here right now. I just want to make it known that I have concerns about the cost of that bridge and whether or not it's necessary at this particular time, but we can address that at a later date through the capital budget process. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I think the plan is a 10-year revolving plan. Councillor Danko or Councillor Pauls want to comment? And I have Councillor Danko and then Councillor Jackson so far. Okay, with apologies. You know what? I'm going to defer to Councillor Danko because it's certainly their award and certainly their initiative. So Councillor Danko and then Councillor Jackson thereafter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to clarify, it's $16.2 million is the total recommended cost for all of the work in the master plan over a 20-year time span. The bridge is one component of that. It's part of $8 million that goes towards public safety improvements and other components throughout the park. So I really appreciate the question. I think it's a very important consideration to how we're actually going to fund this, because as council knows, it's currently not in the capital plan. So moving forward, it's something that we'll have to consider. But the master plan itself, it just lays out the overarching vision for the park over the next 20 years. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Jackson?
Not on this item, Mr. Mayor. I'll wait. Different
Okay,
item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls, did you indicate you wanted to speak on this?
Yeah, of course. I thank you for Councillor Danko for bringing it up. I just got all my papers out on it, and it is a 20-year plan, and it's been going on for a long time. So the public safety project is it's 8,600,000. So and then it's divided. So thank you for clarifying that and make sure that it is over 20 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On this item there, Councillor Whitehead?
Congratulate, first of all, I want to congratulate Councillor Danko and Councillor Pauls for their joint cooperation in taking one of our premier parks in the city of Hamilton and involving second to none, and that's our staff that were involved in this planning process. A plan that's comprehensive, beautiful, ambitious, and creates connections that clearly needed to be improved on. So I want to highlight that. The second piece on the finance piece right now, as long as the capital budgets are aligned as they are today, I've heard Councillor Danko and Councillor Esther Pauls commit dollars from their capital budgets towards this citywide initiative, which is very much appreciated and will actually claw back a lot of the demands from the balance of the taxpayers across the city, even though they don't have to do that. So I want to also recognize that they have been more than kind in the distribution of their dollars for otherwise a city-wide park. Thank you.
Great, thank you. On this item, Councillor Partridge? Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too just wanted to say congratulations to Councillor Danko and to Councillor Pauls. I think it's a good plan going forward, and I'm certainly very pleased to see you're using your area rating dollars for the beautification of such a treasure. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none. Other item, Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Speaking of beautification, item 6, the 2020 Mum Show admission fee reduction. Very, very proud of the Public Works Committee, unanimous support for my motion, seconded by Councillor Narinder Nan, where of course the Greenhouse Gates Park event will be held from October 23rd to November 1st this year. The 100th anniversary, Mr. Mayor, and I know you've heard me make this comment ad nauseum, but one of the things I've resented the most about this terrible, horrible pandemic is the fabulous events that normally would occur in our city with great splendor and splash. And unfortunately, we've had to make adjustments, accommodations, and do some paring down in terms of the enormity of the event and just do some semblance of the event. This is one of them. Can you believe, unfortunately, with COVID, Mr. Mayor, the 100th anniversary, and you've been such a great supporter of all things beautiful in the city and the Mum Show. And don't forget, at the beginning of the Mum Show, the opening night, which typically was a 17-day event, we would have the Trillium Awards given out to those properties that have excelled in terms of adding extra value and beautification and enhancing the image of our city by individual property owners and homeowners. So having said that, Mr. Mayor, I was really pleased that committee supported Councillor Nan and my motion, that we went with the alternative in light of what our taxpayers have been through this year, COVID costs, where the city may end up with taxes, deficits this year, that we're offering the show this year for free. There'll be no reduction in fee. There'll be no fee, period. So to all those people, 15,000 to 30,000 a year that usually attend, 100,000 blooms of flowers at our Gage Park greenhouses, October 23rd to November 1st. If ratified here today, Mr. Mayor, they can attend for free, adults, children, and seniors. And I want to give a shout out to Manager Sam Scarlett and the horticultural team of the city for doing another great job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All good points, and I'm sure there'll be reasonable attendance given the physical separation that'll need to happen. But you know what? One way of still having it happen, and the Trillium Awards are being issued this year. It's just not being handed out in the same way, which is unfortunate. But it's the kind of year we live in this year, so unfortunately. So I see no further speakers on any other items. All in favor now of the entire report, please indicate. Votes already ready to go. Someone's microphone is on that's logged in, but I can't see them. You got it? Councillor Vanderbeek, thumbs up. I don't think Councillor Vanderbeek can hear me at this point. Yes, thumbs up from Councillor Vanderbeek. Councillor, all in? Thank you. And we're going to turn to, and that was 15-0. Turn to the Planning Committee report, September 22, 2020, last week. Councillor Farr, can I have a motion, please, to move that report? And then Councillor Clark, you have a comment. I see you waving. Councillor Farr?
Yep, you may, and that's seconded by Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you very much. The report in its entirety is on the floor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I declared a conflict for item 4 at the onset of this particular meeting.
You did?
But it's also item 4 and 5. It's the same conflict.
Okay. Thank you for acknowledging that. Any other comments on any of those items?
No, sir. Just wanted to clarify the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, thank you. My e-scribe is saying that I have voting in progress, and I've been trying to get F5 to eliminate it, but it won't eliminate.
Okay.
There are 2 items actually, sir. One is number 3. This is the secondary units. I am so pleased that my colleagues helped to support my motion in allowing that the rural area also look at secondary units, not secondary buildings, but secondary units onto their homesteads to allow the seniors to stay in their community. So the one I want to talk about, though, is number 5. This is a settlement that is being asked by this committee to, wait till I get it up. Now that now that my e-scribe is behaving, I can get it up. And this is number 5, and I will read it off just so that you would know. Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry. I'm taking up my time doing this.
I can read it for you. Item 5. Yeah,
this is the appeal for 3033, 3047, 3055, and 3063 Bimbrook Road. I want to again to be recorded as opposed to this item. And before I go on to my comments, I'd just like to ask Jason Thorne a question. If he's on the call, please. This is our GM of planning.
Right. Jason, you're there, and your question is, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Thorne. So, Jason, if the official plan and the secondary plan and the urban guidelines are all in a line and they all confirm policies, is that not considered the trifecta of planning? So you can defend them going anywhere you want to go as long as all 3 levels, there's no conflict, there's no contravening, they're all in a line. Is that not considered the trifecta of planning?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can speak to the question generally. I can't get into specifics of this application because it was an in-camera item. I would say that we always do endeavor to have our zoning, our secondary plans and our official plans in alignment. It doesn't always line up that way because there is a sequencing. Sometimes you update your official plan and it takes you a couple of years to update the zoning. But by and large, it's always the intent that those 3 core policy documents be in alignment.
And in this particular case, even though it's an in-camera item, could you comment that all 3 of these policies align?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly what they were seeking in their application was an amendment to the official plan policies and to the zoning bylaw. To go into the specifics of which specific aspects of those policies or bylaws were being amended and what the staff comments on those were, I think I would probably have to do that in camera.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I really want to make a comment here because this application is going to affect the Bimbrook Village, and I really want to say these. I really believe this would be a sad day for Bimbrook, and not only for Bimbrook, for the entire city. This application contravenes all 3 levels of planning for this area, the official plan, the secondary plan, urban guidelines. Every time a new application is introduced to any of my communities, I can wave the secondary plan in their face and say, look, this is all according to the secondary plan. This is why your house was built on farmland. And that was defensible. And that's why when you look at our council chambers, very rarely do we have residents from Bimbrook coming in to complain about any applications that we're ready to approve because they're within the secondary plan. The applicant for this application could not get support from the staff, the community, or me. So they circumvented this public process and went straight to LPAC. There were 2 pre-hearings that the room was filled with residents because even to the average public person, it showed that this application should not be approved. So I just want to forewarn my colleagues that any communities with a secondary plan is now at risk, as this approval sends a strong message to the development world that the city of Hamilton will not defend its own policies. I want to remain opposed, and I hope I get some support actually, I hope I get all your support, but I doubt that will happen, only because we've had countless conversations about this application. But I want to remain opposed and put it on the record, please.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on item 5? Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I certainly appreciate the ward councillor's comments, but I just want to make sure that staff will clarify if Jason Thorne is still available. That that was this not direction that was given to staff? I think about a year ago to go back, and these were the items that have been agreed to, were what was put on the table that we directed staff to get. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Chair, staff was directed, I think it was approximately a year ago, I can't remember the exact date. Council did provide some in-camera direction with respect to this application to staff. And the report that committee considered in camera that you have before you now was staff coming back and legal coming back with the results of our work related to that direction and our recommendations.
And everything that sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And everything we asked for on camera was agreed to, correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, again, I'm not sure I could speak to all of those kinds of specifics without going in camera. I apologize.
Not a problem. I'll just leave that there.
To be fair, there was a recommendation to settle.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
So that much we can say out of camera, I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Jackson on this item?
No.
Nope.
On a different item.
Thank you. Okay, it's to you now, Councillor Jackson. Different item.
Am I on, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, to item number 3, secondary dwelling units, options to increase housing supply in Hamilton's existing low-density housing stock. First of all, I want to respect and congratulate Councillor Johnson on getting the D part in there so that the rural area will be incorporated. However, Mr. Mayor, and as you know, I'm not on planning, so please just indulge with me for some comments I'm going to make because I didn't have the ability to say it at planning committee last week. I know where this is going, and I'm going to be recorded as opposed to it, and let me explain why. I have some neighborhoods on the East Mountain that over the last 2 or 3 or 4 years are feeling under siege. There's a large group of homeowners, the single family homeowner, that has been lost as council has done its very best to provide affordable housing, rental housing for those that otherwise cannot afford their own single family home. And I have been supportive over the years from the day about 10, 12 years ago when the provincial government of the day brought in its places to grow policy, which basically mandated municipalities to allow secondary dwellings within a single family home, within a single family neighborhood. I've got courts and streets that feel like they're under siege, Mr. Mayor. Long-standing homeowners never thought a rental would be allowed, which many consider a business in a C-zone residential neighborhood. And the proliferation of this is obviously going into different parts of the city. I think the saturation has been longstanding in the lower city. I won't speak for my lower city colleagues or those neighborhoods. They know them best. But I'll say in the last 3 to 5 years, and I've had it confirmed with the head of planning departments, director and GM, that it seems like now other parts of the city, like the desirable East Mountain of our community that many people call home, wish to live in, it seems like some areas now are under siege with those absentee type of landlords, those out of town landlords who probably live, many of them, in their million-dollar mansions in possibly Oakville, Vaughan, Scarborough, whatever, that don't care whatsoever when they buy up a lovely single-family modest bungalow on the East Mountain. They convert it into a 2-unit dwelling, and then renters come in, and the landlords often, and I've got so much documentation on this, I keep MLE busy with this, Mr. Mayor, that they do not maintain proper maintenance, upkeep, and pride of ownership because they're not owner occupied. And so, Mr. Mayor, I see the further expansion with this staff report going for public engagement at this time. I can see where this is going, and I want my East Mountain community and the single family homeowner, not the rich ones, the everyday single family homeowners that call the East Mountain home, that have complained to me very regularly over the last few years, seeing these conversions. I want to, on their behalf, say that they're not forgotten or lost in my representation of them. I'll be voting against item 3. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On item 3, Councillor Clark. Sorry, can't hear you just yet.
Thank you.
There we are. Thank you.
So can I just clarify, does the secondary suite policy that is being proposed not indicate owner occupied? So you can rent out a suite in your home, but the house has to be owner occupied.
Jason Thorne.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, first, just a point of clarity, what you have for you right now is not actually new zoning or policies to adopt. It's to release the discussion paper for consultation to get feedback on points like this. And what the secondary dwelling unit would be is a separate rental unit. Think of typically a basement apartment, but not with separate ownership. So the property would still be under a single ownership. You would have the principal residence, and potentially a basement apartment or a laneway house or a carriage house as a rental unit, but the property itself would remain under a single ownership.
So my point was that the Premier in, I don't even know what year it was now, 2007, I think it was, indicated that secondary suites were as a right for family houses, singles, semis, townhomes, et cetera, as a right for the owner who occupies the home. So we're not talking about opening up rooming houses across all of the wards. We're talking about folks who have space in their room that want to rent out a room, and they do it as a secondary suite. They create a second apartment, but they're still living in that house. It's still owner occupied. Is that not what we're talking about doing? Because if not, then I share the same concerns that Councillor Jackson has, that this is going to open up pretty dramatically and pretty quickly.
Mr. Thorne?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so no, this is not rooming houses, lodging houses. That is a separate use, and if you like, I know Mr. Robichaud's on the line. He can speak to how some of the residential zoning, which is also under review right now, maybe looking at some of those issues. So this is not about rooming houses or lodging houses, nor is it about simply renting out a room in your home. This is about creating a separate legal apartment unit within a home. So again, it could be a basement apartment, a laneway house, an attic apartment, something like that, but it would be a standalone apartment. So it would be separated from the principal unit. So it would be a private unit for someone to rent out, as opposed to what's thought of in terms of lodging homes, where you might have multiple people renting an individual bedroom within a larger home.
Okay, and my second question, Mr. Mayor, and this is the last question actually, is around the issue of rooming houses, or our policies allowing a property owner, a homeowner who lives in the house, to rent out a number of rooms in their house. Is that being reviewed also in this process? Because I've had issues in my ward where residents are renting out many rooms in their house, and it's very challenging for municipal bylaw enforcement to deal with those issues when we have issues.
You mentioned Steve Robichaud had some thoughts on that.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not part of this discussion paper that's in front of you right now, but Steve is on the line and he could potentially speak to how the residential zoning would be looking at those other issues.
Okay, Steve, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The existing zoning bylaws have different permissions as it relates to lodging houses. So for example, in the city of Hamilton, within any single detached dwelling, you can have up to 3 lodgers as of right. If you have a larger lodging house of 6, 9, or 20 lodgers, then they're only permitted in certain areas of the city. The other zoning bylaws in the city, such as Stony Creek or the Glanbrook zoning bylaws, are not as permissive. But one of the challenges we have is, I think, Councillor, what you're speaking to is this issue of co-housing, where I may have a house and in order to help make the mortgage payment, I rent out 1 or 2 rooms, or alternatively, people rent out all of the individual rooms. And that's one of the discussions that we will be having with our licensing folks as to how do we look at that issue of co-housing. It's the challenge that we have around the university, where they rent out 6 rooms in a house to students, and they indicate when we come to the front door that it is functioning as a single detached dwelling unit. There is 1 lease, and all 6 renters are on that same lease, and therefore it's just considered to be a single detached dwelling, as opposed to where each individual has a separate lease with the landlord, and then it becomes a lodging house. But it becomes this issue of collecting the evidence and the information to determine that it is not in fact a single detached dwelling, but is in fact operating as a lodging house without the necessary zoning or licensing requirements in place. But it's a technical gray area that we struggle with across the city in speaking to that issue of co-housing, especially when it's more than just renting out 1 room to help make the mortgage payment. It effectively is operating as a short-term rental lodging house type facility. And then that's the other initiative that we're working on, is that short-term rental, the Airbnb type situations, and what can the city bring forward both from a licensing and or zoning regime to address that issue. So those are all initiatives that we are looking at and we'll be reporting back on. But as Mr. Thorne indicated, right now our primary focus is in response to the provincial direction that requires municipal official plans to be updated to permit as of right accessory or secondary dwelling units in any single detached, semi-detached, or row house unit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud, and thank you for the latitude, Mr. Mayor. I'll take this up with Mr. Robichaud and Mr. Thorne privately, since it's going to be a part of the residential zoning in the future. So I'll do that offline so I don't bore everyone else. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Nan, and then myself. Councillor Nan. Can't hear you just yet.
My apologies.
There you are.
Thank you. So glad to see that this was discussed at Planning Committee. Also glad to see Part D included. I think that this is part of the spectrum of solutions that we as a municipality discussed as we previously approved our housing strategy in terms of the role that secondary dwelling units specifically can play in helping address affordability across the city. So from that perspective, I'm glad we're at the point where we can move towards receiving public input and getting engagement from property owners around the kind of issues that they would want to make sure get incorporated or addressed within the process. And by all means, in terms of updating our zoning bylaws based on what is provincially mandated. So glad to see that this is moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And to Councillor Johnson, we'll take the chair for a moment. I have similar comments, and I'm really happy to see that we're starting to have kind of community discussion and engagement around this, and not unlike what was done in Westdale, where we actually approved on a pilot basis laneway homes that affords individual property owners to possibly have a granny flat or elderly parents that might want to live close to their kids and affordably in some manner or another, that they could look at laneway houses as an opportunity. And for us to get on top of our housing issues, as challenging as it is and as much money is going to be required, this is just one tool that will help us provide either affordable or reasonable housing for people going forward. I think it's unfortunate to claim or suggest at this point that it's going to be off-site slum landlords that are going to be taking these properties and then parsing them out. We can prevent that by virtue of the policies that we put in place, and it would make perfect sense to me, Councillor Jackson, to have owner-occupied units be allowed to have a secondary suite, but not off-site owners that are purchasing up properties and then setting them up to be rental opportunities. That would be the wrong way to go. This is really intended to help either families or friends of families to be able to help them not only with affordability in terms of units, but to make more units available. And we already know that there's a 6,000 unit wait list for affordable housing, social housing, which we may or may not be able to actually build, given the limited resources that are out there. And you know what? Great announcements from the federal government once again through the throne speech on a new and improved housing plan, but we have yet to see the dollars that actually help fulfill that. And at $400,000 plus per unit and climbing, the numbers get to be staggering. And so in the meantime, what else can we do that would help create affordable housing units in our city? This is one step. So this is all about a conversation. Start talking to the community at large about the opportunity, what their thoughts and wishes are, and then building that into some reasonable policy. I'm particularly concerned about Airbnb. It is a very sad way for folks to turn what could be rental properties, long-term rental properties, into short-term rental properties, to make the quick buck on a night-to-night basis. And that takes that unit right out of the, affordable rent, long-term renting opportunities. So some of our local residents that could be housed on a longer-term basis are prevented from doing that because Airbnb is so attractive to many people in terms of quick in and out. We need to create some policies around that. Toronto has, and I think should, because their towers are built, many of them, on the basis of Airbnb. And certainly that is not long-term sustainable, affordable housing for residents in their community, and that certainly wouldn't be the case in our community. So there's a number of things that we need to look at, but this is certainly one opportunity to have a look at how else we can provide affordability and bottom line housing that is useful for citizens that currently can't find appropriate housing as it stands today. One reminder, I know that in Markham, they purpose-built single-family homes with 2 residential suites built into them, one above the garage and one in the basement. And that not only allows people to actually acquire that property and live in it affordably, it allows them the opportunity to get some income to be able to pay the mortgage, because the prices have gone so high that it's almost a requirement to have that opportunity to have some secondary income to be able to provide affordability. So I'm going to monitor myself. I'm told 1 minute. I'm done. I'm supportive of the direction in terms of moving ahead and getting that public engagement and conversation happening. And I look forward to some future recommendations that make sense for our community. And clearly, ownership. I got you, Councillor Whitehead. Clearly, ownership and having the owner-occupied secondary suite happen makes perfect sense to me, and that's certainly something that I would like to see direction built into this process. Councillor Whitehead, you're up.
Thank you. I don't know why my speaker thing isn't being acknowledged, but maybe.
But we saw your very important signal there.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to be waving it anymore, so I'm trying to be respectful in the approach that you wish me to take, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I just had a conversation earlier today, or yesterday, with Steve Robichaud, and Mr. Mayor, you've hit it, one of the components head on in regards to the Airbnb. But there's another phenomena that's taking place, and that is there are corporations or small qualified corporations that have come together and they're buying up homes in my ward. And I had one that made an application for 25% increase in square footage in the context of the accessory dwelling, which is well beyond the current bylaws. That went to committee of adjustment as a minor variance. So I want to be clear. Joanne Hickey's out there doing a comprehensive review on this whole issue. And I know that her and her staff, their colleagues will do a great job with it. But prematurely, our committee of adjustment makes a decision unilaterally on a 25% square footage differential from our current bylaw. So it concerns me that the whole intent, back to your point, that we're trying to make this affordable. We're trying to make it owner-occupied, another opportunity to generate revenue, but yet it's just the opposite. We're creating an opportunity for business to buy up our homes and take away that opportunity for, the affordability question. So I'm hoping, and Steve told me we can't, under the Planning Act, build this in, but we need to figure what the tool is that we can to ensure that the real principles that we're applying here are being adhered to. Because right now, we're just opening up for absentee landlords and conglomerates to buy up homes and use it for revenue versus what our real principle is, and that's to make it affordable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have first time, Councillor Farr, and then Councillor Jackson.
Just speaking to what's before us, I'm going to make some assumptions, Mr. Mayor, and when we pass this here, we'll get out to the public. A lot of what we've already heard around this horseshoe, just debating this at council and certainly at planning too, we're going to hear from the public. And I think there's probably going to be a few key messages from the public. I would accurately predict that a large contingent are going to join in on this community conversation and try to get specific on how we can ensure affordability with this particular exercise. And it's going to be give and take, and it's going to be some good virtual connections with our community, as planning committee always does, virtually or otherwise, or planning staff. So I would expect that's going to be a main topic, right up there with parking, as it always is when we talk about ideas that bring densities in whatever form. And certainly this is a form that it's in line with where planning committee in recent years has been in terms of bringing what we call, gentle growth into neighborhoods, and at the same time create opportunities for income properties, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, which obviously, the property itself, if we move forward with these secondary units, and this includes, by the way, the opportunity to build a separate unit outside of the actual existing home or addition, the values of those properties are going to go up. And obviously with property values rising, this municipality has an advantage and obviously an increase in our tax base. So I would suspect, though, to go full circle, that there's going to be a lot of folks wanting to connect the dots on how this particular initiative, as a planning policy potentially for the future, can embed assurances in whatever form or whatever level of true affordability. And I appreciate staff for bringing it forward. Thank you. And I've enjoyed the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, you and especially Councillor Whitehead. Thank you for the supportive comments in terms of what we don't want this to be. Mr. Mayor, in light of what you've said, I need to ask now a question through you to Chief Planner Steve Robichaud. Steve, owner-occupied, you and I have had a number of discussions in the last 2 or 3 years, specifically pertaining to the East Mountain, and as well what's happening across the city with conversions of single-family properties. Steve, I have begged, pleaded that somehow we embed in our planning policies owner-occupied for any conversions to 2-unit dwellings of single-family homes. I have no problem with owner-occupied living on the residence with conversions. If I recall, and please, Director Robichaud, correct my memory if I'm mistaken, I'll apologize. I seem to recall you saying between planning and legal department, there was no way we could force or include owner occupied component in a single family home conversion to 2-unit dwelling. Mr. Mayor, through you to Steve, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor is correct. I am not, tenure cannot be regulated through a zoning bylaw provision, and as such, through the zoning bylaw, the municipality cannot require that the secondary dwelling unit be in a owner-occupied dwelling. So, i.e. that I live there and I rent out my basement apartment, there is no mechanism through the zoning bylaw to enforce that sort of condition of the permissions to allow for a secondary dwelling unit. So both the units can be occupied by separate tenants and the owner can live somewhere else, i.e. I think the example was somebody living in Toronto and renting out a house and an accessory apartment in East Hamilton Mountain.
Chief Planner, thank you. To some of my colleagues who may have thought otherwise, there it is. Your hope and pipe dream, Tom, don't worry. It'll be owner occupied and a separate rental unit within that single family dwelling. You're going to get all these absentee out of town, derelict, irresponsible landlords who are loaded with money, gobbling up your properties in each of your wards and doing these conversions and a lack of proper maintenance. Mr. Mayor, I don't want to go down that road. I'll still ask to be recorded as opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've had a thorough look at that one. Councillor Pearson.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor, and just with the line of questioning the way it's going and referring to rental units, I am going to declare a conflict as I am a landlord and not a derelict one at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Van Der Beek. Same issue? Same declaration of conflict? Okay, thank you. That'll be duly noted. Anyone else? Okay, so let's get to the report then. We have the Planning Committee report before you. It's been moved and seconded. Oops, sorry, my apologies. Councillors Clark and Councillor Nan. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I'm hearing from Councillor Jackson, and I don't take it as a condescending tone to me at all. He's being pedantic, I'm sure. So what we're talking about doing here is the province of Ontario said, as a right, homeowners can put in a secondary suite. But the municipality, what I'm hearing from our planners and our legal, is we can't say that that secondary suite can only be put in place if it's an owner-occupied home. That's what I'm hearing?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Has it been done anywhere in the province of Ontario?
Through the mayor, not to my knowledge.
So we're being directed to allow secondary suites. And my good colleague from Ward 6 is going to oppose this. But we're being directed that we have to allow homeowners to have secondary suites. Is that not the case by what the province has done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
This isn't an option for us, is what I'm saying.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, the council is correct. To allow them is a requirement under the Provincial Planning Act. What council has the ability to regulate is some of the conditions and standards under which they would be permitted. So the discussion paper speaks to issues such as lot coverage, parking standards, setbacks, heights, various other matters. Those are standards that that Hamilton can put in place with regards to these secondary dwelling units. But the council is correct. The province does require them to be permitted.
Thank you.
This is going to be much more controversial than I anticipated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have three items that, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Nan, and then we have three items that have been discussed that we're going to vote on individuals, 3, 4, and 5. Councillor Nan, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just want to comment that the concerns that are being raised in terms of absentee landlords or slum landlords are legitimate concerns. I think, if anything, we're hearing a lot of the reasons why other municipalities have moved towards requiring landlord licensing and ensuring that those who are benefiting from a business practice of renting out rental suites are doing so in a way that upholds the dignity of those spaces for the people who are living there, but most importantly, maintains the standard of living that's required under our codes and bylaws. So just flagging that as a solution potentially to the concern that's been raised, and happy to discuss further with my colleagues on a motion accordingly. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So on item 3, secondary dwelling units, we'll take a motion to approve or move by. I saw hands again. Councillor Whitehead.
Councillor Narendra raises a very, very, very good point. Or Councillor Councillor Nan, sorry. We have a recommendation on licensing, and our staff went are on the work plan. What's the status of that?
On licensing?
Yes.
Okay. So Steve or Jason?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think Ken Leonards is on the line. That work is being led through his division. And I believe we're looking at having an update to council by the end of this year.
Okay, so I'm 100% behind the previous speaker, Councillor Nan, that we, I mean, we do have a report coming back on landlords and licensing. So I look forward to that report coming back. I just didn't want to lose sight that that is in process. Thank you.
Okay, we're good. So on item 3, it's before you. All in favor of item 3 as it stands, and any opposed or any conflict of interest declared. Each of those would be considered to be moved by the mover of the report and the seconder of the report itself. Councillor Clerk. Vanderbeek, Councillor Vanderbeek, thumbs up. Oh, you declared conflict, right? Councillor Pearson declared a conflict. Anyone else? Okay, and now it's carried. Thank you. Item 4, which is the request for Binbrook Road settlement agreement. It has been moved and seconded. All in favor? And any opposed? Thank you. Sorry? Councillor Jackson, waiting on.
Mr. Mayor, I think you meant item 5, not item 4. Item 5 is the Binbrook Road, but you called it item 4. Just clarifying.
No, it's item 4 in my roadmap.
That's Book Road in Ancaster. That's Book Road in Ancaster, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My apologies. You're right.
Thank you.
And what's the other item then? Which is the LPAD item?
5.
5. How come I don't have a 5? Oh, I do. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. Right. So item 4, my apologies, I got the wrong label. Item 4, we are voting on separately because Councillor Clark identified a conflict.
Oh, okay.
So we allow him to identify that in the vote. So let's go back to that. Did we do the vote? On which one? Item 4, Councillor Vanderbeek, you needed to vote. Thumbs up?
4 is thumbs up.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to confirm, because what we voted on as number 4, I voted on it because you indicated it was Binbrook, but that,
Yeah, no, right.
that's number 5. So
I think we should redo this vote because
I think we should redo it. Thank you.
I got the wrong label, and unfortunately that might have erred. You might have voted on that basis. So item 4 is Book Road. Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead. Oh, you're now muted again. let us unmute you. Oh, touch nothing. Yep, thank you. Hands up. Are you? Can we hear you? We can't hear you as yet. Is the can't hear you? Sorry. Is your device on? Back to who's muting and unmuting? Okay. Try that.
Okay, hear me now?
There you are. Yes,
perfect.
We can.
I just wanted, I didn't realize you're going to item 4 also, as Councillor Partridge said. If you're doing, because Councillor Clark has to declare conflict, I get it. But I fully support this as part of an estate planning for the Knollwood Golf Course. Yep. And I'm fully supportive of the recommendation as a ward councillor.
Great, thank you. And sorry for the confusion. So we're going to turn to item 4, which is the Book Road development. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And those that are abstaining, which I'm assuming is Councillor Clark. Need thumbs up from Councillor Whitehead, please. Your vote was, did you vote? Councillor Whitehead? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? That's it. Gets carried. 14 to 1 abstention. Thank you. Item 5 is the local planning appeal tribunal recommendation from staff to settle the lands located on Bimbrook Road. That's item 5. All in favor and those opposed and any abstaining. It's coming. It's almost there. You have system issue again? Yes? Okay. Jeanette is pressing F5. So say general announcement. Hopefully that'll refresh, and if it doesn't, we'll go to a manual vote. We'll give it a moment. Not refreshing yet. Okay, I'm gonna call for a manual vote. So all in favor, please indicate.
This is of item 5, sir.
Item 5, yes.
Thank you.
Right. So we've got. Let me do this. Let me have those indicate that are opposed. So I've got Councillors Johnson and I've got Councillor Partridge. It's up on the screen now. So okay, we can all make the technical recorded vote. Sorry about that. Janet was working 90 miles an hour to make that happen. Okay. Thank you, and that's carried 11 to 3. And we're going to turn to the balance of the planning report. It has been moved and seconded. All in favor? And again, we're having that same technical problem. Let me just call on this vote. All in favor? I think it may be unanimous for the balance of the report. Individual abstentions have been indicated, so I see all nothing but thumbs up. Thank you. All in favor for those that are present. Thank you. And we're going to turn to 5.7, which is the General Issues Committee Report 2014, September 23rd. Councillor Johnson, a motion on that report, please, to put it on the floor. If you're speaking, I can't hear you.
I don't know why it keeps doing that.
There you are. Yep.
Thank you. Sorry. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Clark, that the General Issues Committee Report 20-014, being the meeting held on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, be received and the recommendations contained were therein.
Great. Thank you. Any comments or questions on those reports?
Mr. Mayor, it's
yep.
Brad here. I'm going to have to reboot. eScribe is no longer functioning. I can't pull up any reports.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm assuming that
I've done everything that I can. Now I got to reboot it. Sorry.
Okay. We will let you reboot it.
Mayor, I got the same issue. eScribe is not operating at all, so I can't even read the report.
Okay, but I'm assuming that you've read some of the reports in advance.
Yeah, to make a reference to a point, like how do I do that when I don't have the report in front of me?
Understood. So try and get it up and running. and we'll on the public website. You can go to the public website. The reports would be there as well. Is that e-scribe challenge the same for everyone? Yes, for Councillor Pearson, you have the same problem? Okay, and Councillor Partridge. So let me recommend that you go to the public website council meeting that will have all of the reports in it. And we're having similar difficulties over here. Councillor Pauls.
Yes. Items 9 to 13, I cannot, it's a conflict of interest, so I will not be voting on those as my son is a Hamilton police.
Correct, thank you.
9 to 13.
9 to 13, inclusive.
Inclusive,
Right.
yes.
Yep. These are all the police services reports, relative diversity, hate prevention and mitigation, year-end report. So duly noted, and we'll make sure that's on the record. Thank you. We're just trying to sort out some technical issues here. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Thank you. So do you want me to place the amendment now that the clerk's prepared for me in this report?
Well, we're waiting to get everyone connected. And so we have 4 or 5 members of council that can't get into eScribe at this time.
Right. I had the same issue. I had to shut it right down and restart it all up, but it seems to be working now.
Yeah, so we're going to give us some time to have them reboot before we dive into the meat of the agenda. So I'll be happy to take your amendment, but
just for clarity too, I'm not sure that do clerks unmute or are we supposed to unmute ourselves? Because I'm trying to unmute myself and the clerk's mute and just take some time.
So you're supposed to be hands off, and clerks will mute and unmute you.
Okay, because I got in trouble for not unmuting myself last week, so that's perfect. If clerk's going to do it, I'll respect that.
They're in charge of that, so we should all be leaving once we know that the system is working. We should all be leaving our buttons alone, and clerk will do the work in terms of on and off. Okay. Thanks.
So I'm ready to go with the amendment whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll call on you once we know that everyone's back on eScribe if they are. You're back up, Councillor Whitehead. Thank you. Councillor Clark, any success? Yes, thank you. Councillor Pearson, successful. Okay, we're all back in. All right, Councillor Ferguson, on an amendment on the General Issues Committee report. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm waiting for
it. Yeah, you're on.
I'm on. Okay.
You're on. I hear you.
I didn't touch a thing, and so
it worked.
This has to do with the report 2014, which we're on now, which is the LaSalle Park disposition. Staff felt that they can't be ready for October 7th, so they want to now bring the report back on October 21st. So I'd like to move then that the report PED 20156, respecting the LaSalle Park disposition review, is deferred to the October 21st, 2020 General Issues Committee meeting. So I'd move that.
Okay, thank you. Any a seconder for that? Yes, Councillor Partridge, seconder. Okay, thank you. Any comments on that? Seeing none, okay, let's vote on that. All in favor? Wow, speedy upvote delivery here. Something's improved. That refresh made a difference. And so thank you for that. That's carried 15 to all unanimous for all that were there. On the balance of the general report, any issues that members of council would like to lift? I'm not seeing any. She did, yeah. So it has been moved and seconded. The balance of the report, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's why I was asking so I could get access to my reports. So we had the police budget, the police chief come in. I want to thank the police chief and his senior staff. They made an incredible presentation, one that was comprehensive, that was enlightening, and one that really puts things in perspective in the context of our own community. It is very clear that our police force, in the context of its complement, officers per 100,000, punch way above their weight class. I've been quoted in the paper and being used as a ploy in the context of defunding the police. I don't run away from my comments, Mr. Mayor, that when I got on the police board on an annualized basis, the police board's budgets were going up significantly higher and faster than any other department in the city of Hamilton, and that was what I was trying to draw attention to. But at no time did I ever ask for the budget to be defunded. At no time did I actually not, very few exceptions where I didn't even support the police budget. So I want to make sure the context is clear. My issue with the police board was their annual increases were above all other departments on an annualized basis. I can tell you, in the time that I was there, with the leadership of a chairman like Councillor Lloyd Ferguson, we accomplished that. We brought that down, and I'm very happy of the of those actions. But just for clarity, I never ever asked the police services budget to be defunded. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on any of the reports? Okay, we need to have separate votes due to Councillor Paul's declarations of conflict on items 9 through 13. So we'll do that now. So on item 9, all in favor. Actually, we can deal with them as a group. 9 through 13, all in favor of receiving those documents. And any opposed or abstain? And that, Councillor Pauls, you would be. Councillor Clark, are you back into the, oh, got it. Good. Thank you. And that's carried. Thank you very much. And then on the balance of the report, it has been moved and seconded. All in favor on the balance of the report, the GIC report, please indicate. And hopefully it comes up, and Jeanette is starting to bite her lip. Arr. Not happening again. Anyone else having e-scribe problems right now? Yes, you are. Councillor Nan is, yeah. Okay, just the one.
Mr. Mayor, seems to be stuck on this last vote, the 9 through 13.
Right. Yep. So given that, why don't we do the manual vote on the balance of the report? Let me ask if there's any opposed. I'm seeing none, so I'm deem that to be unanimous for all that are present. Thank you on that one. We're going to turn to item 5.8, the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report. Councillor Wilson, a motion to put the report on the floor, please.
Thank you. That the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report 20-007 being the meeting held on Thursday, September 24th, 2020 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Any comments or on any of the items in the report? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Let's see if that vote comes up. All in favor or opposed? What do you think, Janet? Okay, just bear with for a second. Okay, once again, we're having challenges. So let me ask again, if there's anyone opposed to approving that report? Seeing not, so that's approved unanimously by all that are present as well. That's duly noted. Item 5.9 is the Emergency and Community Services Committee report. Councillor Pauls, if you would move and have someone second that report, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Moved by myself and second by Councillor Nan that the Emergency and Community Committee report 20007 begin the meeting held on Thursday, September 24th, 2020 be received and that the recommendation contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming you all have had eyes on that report. Are there any items in that report you would like to discuss? Seeing none, thank you. Jeanette, are you able to pull the vote up for that one? Okay, I'll get there. Yep, thank you. So while you're working on that, Councillor Jackson on the Emergency Services Committee, which item, please? You're on.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1, flu immunization program. Mr. Mayor, I just want for some of my colleagues who don't serve on ECS, about 3 years ago, through a request through the Tenants Association at 801 Upper Gauge, a well-known landmark within our City Housing Hamilton portfolio, a request came from the president of the Tenants Association, Sue McTaggart, saying, Councillor, is there any chance that somehow flu immunization could come to a location like 801 Upper Gauge, the Swansea apartment building? Because the 200 some odd seniors there, many of them have no ability to get out to a clinic, don't have the ways and means, many of them isolated alone, no family or friends around. And that's how this started as a suggestion. I passed the suggestion on to EMS Chief Michael Sanderson. And Mr. Mayor, here we are into the 3rd season. If ratified here today, we're hoping to reach with 2 full-time paramedics assigned to the mobile unit of a flu immunization program, that we will get to approximately 2,400 residents, especially those marginalized, those vulnerable, many of them seniors, many of them within our City Housing Hamilton portfolio and locations, that they'll be able to get the flu shot this year to protect them even more so in light of what we're going through, what's now being called a twin pandemic with the COVID virus as well. So I just want to give a shout out to Chief Sanderson, who took an idea that my office was only a vehicle on behalf of a great idea from a seniors association at 801. And now approximately 2,400 of our tenants, our residents, primarily seniors, are going to benefit from a flu shot because the mobile unit will come to their apartment building instead of them worrying about not being able to get a flu shot because they can't go to a clinic location. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone that's taken the time to put that program together. I would like to reiterate that now more than ever, it is critically important that people get the flu shot. This convergence of COVID and flu potentially has will provide enormous challenges for our healthcare system, and so now more than ever, these kinds of programs, reaching out, getting people to call their pharmacy, get the flu shot so that we can prevent the outbreak of flu over top of the COVID that we see increasing in our community. And a reminder that masking is a great preventative measure in terms of spreading of the flu, not only COVID, but flu as well. Probably something we should have been doing some time ago, because we've taken flu as kind of a common issue, even though many people in our community die as a result of the flu. It is time to take it more seriously as well, and certainly now more than ever, it's a great opportunity to have programs like this that can reach more people with the flu shot, and the paramedics are, expertly poised to actually help deliver that kind of a program. So well done, and thank you to their seniors organization for raising this issue. And let's make sure that we keep doing the very important practices of masking, physically distancing. Those issues are now keenly important more than ever. And certainly all of us should continue to remind our citizens that now is not the time to relax. And so flu is also a part of the problem, and that needs attention as well. So thank you, Councillor Jackson, for all that great work, and thanks to the paramedics. I have no further speakers on any of the items in the report. I'll ask for a motion to approve the report, which we have. So all in favor, any opposed? And Janet, there you go. We got one up. This is great. Had to reboot as well, Janet? Yeah. Councillor Pearson, yes. Thumbs up from Councillor Pearson, wasn't able to vote. Anyone else need to manually? Everyone else is in. That's great. Thank you. Item 510 is the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery Report. A motion from Councillor Nan to receive this report. Councillor Nan.
Myself and seconded by Councillor Danko that the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery Report 20-005 being held on September 25th be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any comments on that report? Seeing none, thank you. All in favor of receiving that report? While we're waiting for that, I can advise that it's intended that the task force will fully report in late October, early November, with all of its recommendations. So that's something to look forward to. Nan and Danko. Are you having trouble getting it up again? Okay, she's gonna do it. All right, Tamara, we're counting on you. If not, we can do the manual vote. I suspect it'll be unanimous none. All right, there we go. Load it up. There we go. Thank you. I thought I had voted already. Councillor Farr, thumbs up, sir. Did you vote? Yes. Councillor Collins, you're good? Yep, thank you. Councillor Johnson, sorry. Johnson, you're okay? Thumbs up, thank you. Okay. Everything voted yes, that was unanimous. Thank you. And Councillor Johnson, now a motion from the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Partridge that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
Thank you. All in favor? And we're hoping that that vote will pop up. It's being worked on. There it is. There we go. Success. And I'm confident that this will show unanimous. Any other votes that we need to have manually? Thank you. All in. Thank you. Carried. And we are at statement by members, and I'm going to go in reverse. I'm going to turn to Councillor Whitehead. Actually, I'm not sure why I turned to Councillor Whitehead, but I have. Councillor Whitehead, you'll be first up, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, just let you know, it's the first time this year that I'm first up, so thank you very much for that.
Well, and there'll be a lot of people in that vote as well, because that's normally the pattern I don't use. Go ahead. You're welcome.
Change, nothing wrong with change, Mr. Mayor.
That's right.
First of all, I want to thank you for that. Recently, I did an interview on Larry Deanne's show on Cable 14, and it was dealing with decorum, and it's specific to a particular issue. So what a narrative is being told, and I don't think the narrative is being clear. Aberdeen, I'm fighting the fight on Aberdeen, Mr. Mayor. It's not about the timelines that it takes for a resident to get from one side of Aberdeen to the other. That was never the issue. The issue for my residents is that if you bottleneck Queen Street Hill, you bottleneck scenic over 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers of queuing, you bottleneck Gar Street, all 4 lanes, all the way up to the link and beyond, and thereby people start cutting through neighborhoods. So when they cut through neighborhoods, people and children are going to school, then exponentially, there's many more parents clenching the hands of their children to get them to school as a result of this action. So when people feel that I was a little aggressive on this issue, I'm not going to apologize for it. I am fighting for my residents. They made it perfectly clear what the issues are in the context of safety. They also made it very clear that this will exponentially impact the safety of our children going to school on the West Mountain, all because of an arterial road that they wanted to change in the lower city. I'm hoping through this pilot program, and we know through the post-COVID period, or sorry, the current period, that we're not at the same traffic level. So we have a bit of a reprieve. But we hit and come back to the pre-COVID period. And if, in fact, my residents exponentially impacted on a safety point of view in their neighborhoods, getting their children to school, then I want to have an opportunity to continue that fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Thank you. Nothing for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. I just wanted to note that the Rockton Agricultural Center, so the Rockton Fairgrounds, is where there will be the last day of the farmers market is tomorrow, and it will be open from 3 to 7, and Dundas is open tomorrow 3 to 7, and it will be continuing to the end of the month. So Rockton Fair's farmers market ends tomorrow. Dundas's ends at the end of the month. I also wanted to note that the Dundas Greensville Hill project, a very large reconstruction project, has finished a full 2 months ahead of time. And so the Dundas Hill to Greensville and on to Cambridge is now officially open and can be used. And it's lovely and it's worth a visit. But maybe not on the weekend.
Not all at the same time, yes.
When Webster's Falls and Tews Falls and the Peak are open, but they are only open to reservations. You can make the reservation for any of 7 days a week. You can make a reservation as far ahead as a week and as close as the day before. So please do not arrive thinking that you'll be able to get in because the reservations are available. You have to make it at least by the day before you make your plans to arrive. So everyone is welcome so long as they have a reservation. And please do not park in the Greensville area. The tickets are $250. We really want everyone to have a lovely time when they come there. Your reservation includes a parking spot that will be held for you in the applicable parking lot, and the visit will be much more pleasant if you leave not having received a parking ticket. And happy Thanksgiving on that note.
Thank you.
That's it for me. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Councillor Ferguson. You're on. Or should have been. Okay, we're not connected for whatever reason. Yeah, I see your hand's free. I don't get it. Any advice there, Madam Clerk, on what to? Okay, just want to check your device, make sure it's plugged in properly. Oh, there you go.
Well, I just unmuted myself. I didn't listen to anybody. I touched it myself. But
okay.
I get updates daily from the Conservation Authority on the Tews and Webster's Falls and the Dundas Peak, and yeah, I'm hearing good reports. It's working well, so I'm glad to report on that. And the public is very, very happy with the new fence we put up on the Dundas Peak. A lot of people were complaining about putting up a fence going to block their view. The fence is only 4 feet high, so adults can see over it, and it's a picket fence so children can see through it. The CH did a nice report on it a couple of days ago. So it's working very, very well, and I just want to congratulate the Conservation Authority staff for doing such a great job to try to solve all the problems up there. That's all.
Great, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of announcements here. Due to COVID, a lot of the programming in Glenbrook has been on a hiatus. However, the Glenbrook Community Services are still providing Meals on Wheels and online fitness. Please go to my website, brendajohnson.ca, for more information. The Glenbrook Community Garden is wrapping up, and this year has had an extraordinary amount of volunteers, and they apportionate some of that gardens for the food bank. So this year was quite successful, and I just want to thank everyone who made it so successful, and the food bank are so grateful. Smile Cookies. Last year, Pembroke and Dunnville had a friendly competition. Dunnville became #1 across Canada, but Pembroke came in #3. So this year they bumped it up enormously. So this year, Glenn and I did our part. We bought the 10 dozen. We dropped them off at every department in City Hall. Dunnville remains #1. They bumped theirs up to 60,000 cookies. This is a town of 6,000 people, if you can imagine. Pembroke then decided that they almost doubled their amount, but they only came in second. But kudos to them. And the winners here are the charities in which they turn around and donate back to. So I just want to thank everyone who participated. It was a great competition and smiles all around, no pun intended. And on a personal note, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to leave. One of the patriots in my family had a heart attack last night. So due to COVID issues, I'm the only one that can go into his room and collect his valuables before he has surgery. So I am going to sign off and wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and a very safe weekend. Thank you, everyone.
You got it. Okay, thank you. All the best to your family member. And so I see a pattern, 3 last year, 2 this year, #1 next year. I think it's a logical step. Thank you for
Let's
that.
hope so.
And yes, let's hope. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So I just touch on some of the comments that have already been made. Just a reminder that the speed radar has been implemented, and there's one on Lewis Road between Highway number 8 and Barton for warning residents. I'm having a number of issues, Mr. Mayor, in the urban area of Ward 10 with open air burning, and I just want to remind residents that it is illegal. And it is not allowed. And if there is any open air burning, you need a permit, but it can only be in the rural area, which technically is very little in Ward 10 now because it's all been encapsulated in the urban area. And thirdly, Mr. Mayor, just want to encourage residents to get out, enjoy the fall colors. They are absolutely beautiful this year. I was up north last weekend up in Perth Lanark, and I was in Owen Sound a couple days ago and heading back up to North Bay on the weekend, but the colors are gorgeous. I hope people will get out and enjoy it, but please stay safe, recognize the COVID regulations, and enjoy. And happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Same to you. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the turning of the seasons and the gorgeous colors in Upper Stony Creek, you can't miss them all along the escarpment. The Devil's Punch Bowl has become quite the attraction, so as our other conservation areas. I want to thank Chair Ferguson and Lisa Burnside and Scott Peck and our municipal licensing or our municipal law enforcement team for helping me with the Devil's Punch Bowl situation. So there is special parking enforcement in play. It's $250 a ticket. So there's no parking along Ridge Road or along First Road. So we're encouraging people to park at the Devil's Punch Bowl parking lot, but the Conservation Authority is also scrambling to open up the parking lot at the Salt Fleet Conservation Area, which is on First Road East. So look for that. There should be signage there once the parking is available, and utilize that. Also, the last thing we want is for anyone to get a $250 ticket for coming out and checking out our gorgeous vistas in the Hamilton area. I'd also like to suggest that the Aramosa Karst is a wonderful alternative. You can 2 minutes into that conservation area and you'd swear you're out in the forest in Northern Ontario. It's absolutely gorgeous. There's lots of areas and trails that you could walk in or bike in. Equally, there's a parking lot that is available there for residents there. So enjoy the fall colors, but just watch for the parking signs so that you don't get ticketed unnecessarily. And happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
I'm all good, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Pauls. Don't see Councillor Pauls present. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one announcement. Councillor Danko cannot have Councillor Pauls all to himself now that they've had approval moving forward on a fabulous project known as Sam Lawrence Park redevelopment. I am using and going to collaborate with Councillor Pauls over at a smaller gem of a park along Concession Street, Mr. Mayor, and Mountain Park Avenue called Mountain Drive Park. It's right at the intersection of Upper Gauge and Concession. And this Friday, led by the wonderful manager of Landscape Architect Division, Cynthia Graham, Councillor Pauls and I will, with staff only, on Friday, begin the process of looking at the potential of redeveloping Mountain Drive Park. It has a fair number of regular neighborhood park amenities, playgrounds, benches, a permanent sun shelter, one of the rare neighborhood parks that has a washroom building, although many of the components are dated, antiquated, and are going to need some refreshing and or some replacement. And some suggestions from the citizens have been adding a splash pad, maybe some enhanced playground equipment, and possibly a small area for a leash-free dog park. Anyways, Mr. Mayor, for those residents from both my ward and Councillor Paul's ward, because now that park is split right down the middle, similar to Sam Lawrence Park. Many of residents in my area are eager to join a citizens committee, and I'm just letting them know this Friday is an internal virtual meeting only with city staff, Councillor Pauls and myself, but thereafter we're hoping to engage community, form a citizens committee, a task force, and hopefully over the next year get some valuable input in redeveloping and enhancing Mountain Drive Park along the escarpment's edge. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and good luck with that. Councillor Collins? You're good, thank you. Councillor Moreau is not with us. Councillor Nan?
Thank you, sir. In terms of comments, a few in the last 2 weeks alone, unfortunately, 2 beloved Ward 3 shops have had their storefronts smashed by drivers at high speeds, and both establishments for the second time. Very thankful that there were no injuries, and at this time of economic recovery where so many of our smaller businesses struggle to adapt their business models for the long haul, I just want to recognize the Cannon and the Big Top restaurant who are now also contending with their front windows being smashed and having to finance those repairs at this time. So if anybody is able to show some love in Ward 3 to the Cannon Coffee Shop and Big Top Restaurant, I know both of those businesses would appreciate it, and also all the adjacent neighbors who frequent those establishments. Beautiful Alleyways Fall Cleanup is back. Starting this Saturday at 8 a.m., residents will be assembling in teams of neighborhoods to tackle alleys that need some love. I'll be spending some time with my team volunteering, and I encourage every Ward 3 resident to consider joining as well. There is a protocol in place, so these are going to be very small teams and very well spaced out, and everybody has their gear on. If you have any questions, please reach out to hamiltonalleys@gmail.com. And finally, tomorrow I have the unique privilege and honor of addressing Marian Monsef, the Minister of Women and Gender Equality at FCM's Fireside Chat, dealing with women in municipal politics. I have the opportunity, along with 4 other city councillors from across the country, to ask the question about how the federal government can collaborate with municipalities to ensure not only greater diversity of voices and more accurate representation of our communities at decision-making tables, but also to take accountable actions that progress equity. Unfortunately, this event is not public. However, my team will share highlights on social media as the event proceeds. Thank you.
Good, congratulations, and
thank you.
Represent us well. Thank you. Councillor Farr? Did you just wave me off? I didn't catch. Yes, okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So that's all of the statements by members. I have nothing to add. It's been interesting times, and we'll keep working on ensuring that we keep our community safe. Sorry? Yeah. Yep. And I'm going to go to the private and confidential report, and may I have a motion to move into the closed session pursuant to section 8.1 subsection E and F of the city's procedural bylaw 18270. Yeah, let me just finish reading that and I'll do that. As amended, and subsection 2392 subsection E and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. or local board and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. So first thing I needed to do was to approve the closed session minutes of September the 16th, 2020. Can I have a motion to approve? Moved by Pearson, seconded by Jackson. All in favor? Electronic vote. Voting in progress. That's a good sign. It works. And we need any manual votes from that? Not there. Councilor Partridge. Thank you. Thumbs up from Partridge. Okay, thank you. And then on the previously read motion, move into camera, moved and seconded, moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Danko. All in favor? Electronic vote once again. Councillor Nan, thumbs up. Thank you. Councillor Collins, thumbs up as well. Thank you. So thank you for that, and that's carried. And members of the public, the meeting will continue following this closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of council rejoining the meeting. So we will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to private members of the public and the media time to return. All members of council are asked now to go into a private room, and we are going to put ourselves into camera. Yeah, Madam Clerk, helpful if you would put on the screen the two motions so we're all clear. Okay, is there any waiting time that we need to adhere to at this point? There is? A couple of minutes, okay. And thank you all for your patience. It's been another long and delightful meeting. So we can move on 9.2, the encampment litigation update as a motion, right? And then you can put on the screen the second one. And I think we can do that now. So I'll take a motion on item 9.2, the encampment update citywide, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Thank you. All in favor of item 9.2, please indicate electronically. And that'll pop up hopefully shortly. Oh, you know what? I just didn't do what I said everybody should do, which is go back into open session. Sorry. And for those that didn't do that, that's something to do. Thank you. Any votes that we need? Councillor Vanderbeek, thumbs up. Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Pauls, thumbs up. Thank you. And that's carried 11-2. And then a secondary motion was, and if you would pop that up there so we can be clear about that motion, I will read it and then we can vote accordingly. And that this is moved by Councillor Farr, second by Councillor Ferguson, that the direction provided to staff in closed session respecting communication strategy, respecting the encampment litigation update be approved. I think we're all clear on that. You can pull that one down so we can see everybody. And thank you. And it's moved and seconded. Thank you, Councillor Farr. Will be electronic vote on that one. All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Councillor Farr not able to vote? Thumbs up. Thank you from Councillor Farr. Thumbs up from Councillor Vanderbeek. And Councillor Pauls not visible. Thank you. And that's carried 11-2 as well. And we're going to turn to the motion on the bills. I don't see Councillor Johnson here. So Councillor Jackson, would you make a motion seconded by Councillor Pearson that the bills be presented as bills 2022 to 206 for approval by this council? Moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Pearson. I put words in your mouth. I appreciate that. Thank you. All in favor of the bills, please indicate electronic vote. Brilliant. Councillor Farr, thumbs up. Councillor Pauls, thumbs up. Councillor Vanderbeek, thumbs up. Thank you. And that's carried as well. Thank you very much. And a motion to adjourn. Moved by Danko, and by Ferguson. and Collins, and Pauls, and Partridge, and Pearson. All in favor? Are we doing electronic on that one? Yep. Sorry, we have to, and we'll take the thumbs up as needed. Is that vote not coming up again? There it is. Thank you all very much. I'll assume that that's carried. That'll be evident in a minute. Councillor Farr has not visible right now. Councillor Pauls, thumbs up. Councillor Vanderbeek, thumbs up, thank you. And Councillor Clerk, no longer visible. And that's carried. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you soon, if not tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good night. Thank you, Councillor.